Everybody loves him. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Gonzalo Hall.
We did it. Welcome, everyone. It's good to be here. We had several months working on this, so it's actually quite cool to see your beautiful faces smiling at 9 a.m. And I know how hard that is for digital nomads. Everybody's like, where is the coffee? Promise next time we'll have coffee before. So I would just want to welcome you and saying that this is part of the Digital Nomad Association project where we want to bring more people to different areas of Portugal. And you know that I did a great project. We are still running it in Madeira Island. And the DNA mission is actually to bring that project to the mainland so we can create better communities for everyone. Integrated communities, really active communities, and communities where we can just step in and connect with other people, connect with locals, and have a positive impact. And this is how we landed in Albufeira, actually. When we talk about this project, when we talked about the idea of organizing a big conference, the municipality was the first one to say, we want this in Albufeira, whatever it takes. We want this conference here. And yesterday they asked me in the interview, Gonçalo, why Albufeira? I was like, it was the first time I met him, actually. The first time I met Deli, she said, this has to be in Albufeira, no matter what you do. So here we are, just a few months later, to actually organize one of the biggest projects we ever did, and one of the biggest projects for digital nomads here in the mainland Portugal. And to tell you a little bit more about that, we have the most important person of Albufeira. We have the mayor of Albufeira, José Carlos Rolo, that will give us a little introduction and a little words about to welcome you all here. Mr. President, please.
Good morning. Welcome. Bem-vindos, os portugueses. Bienvenue, bienvenido, willkommen, and so on. Excuse me, but I'm talking in Portuguese because we are in Portugal, in Albufeira. Depois faz a tradução. Bom, queria desejar as boas-vindas a todos vós. Espero que sejam 7 dias, penso eu, 7 dias de trabalho, mas de convívio também, no fundo, de ambientação àquilo que é uma localidade, uma terra, um concelho profundamente turístico, turístico mais no verão do que propriamente no inverno, claro. Nós temos a chamada época alta e época baixa, ou época média e época baixa. A época alta termina por volta agora de meados de outubro, final de setembro, e a época alta começa depois em abril. E neste período de tempo, no meio existe a época média e a época baixa.
Mr. President, welcome us all to Albufeira, and he mentions that this municipality is ready for tourism. It's very touristic, actually, but it's very touristic with a big seasonality between late April and early October. So it's very important to have different people also to come here and to actually be part of this slow season. He expects the next 7 days to be with a lot of work, and you know, guys, you are here at 9 a.m. And also with a lot of understanding better what is Albufeira and what is this beautiful municipality.
Albufeira tem recenseados 44 mil residentes e no verão, portanto na chamada época alta, chegou a estar aqui no concelho de Albufeira 500 mil pessoas. Portanto, vejo aqui a grande diferença entre um número e o outro número.
In the low season, there is only 45,000 people in Albufeira. In the high season, we reach 500,000 people here in the municipality. So the difference is very big.
Decuplica, portanto, são 10 vezes mais, ainda mais vezes ainda, o número de pessoas que residem cá. Portanto, é um número bastante alto, é um número que no verão, pois nos meses da época alta, nós temos muita gente. e temos muito menos gente, muito mais pacífico. Agora, neste momento, já é muito mais calmo, já não há as filas para os restaurantes, já não há as filas para coisa quase nenhuma, para os transportes, já não há filas para quase nenhum serviço. Portanto, os serviços são adequados já ao número de pessoas que temos. Depois isto vai crescendo até ao final do ano e continua depois em crescendo novamente até abril, e a partir de abril começa então novamente a época alta.
So we reach 10 times more people in the high season, which means that if you come here in the very high season, you'll have a little bit more lines, but from now on, and you could see it in the restaurants, you could see it in the services, there is no lines. So the municipality was built for the number of people they have, and so from now on, it's actually a great time to come because there is no lines for restaurants, no lines for services, etc. It starts to pick up again a little bit in April from Easter usually, and then we start the high season from June, July.
The remote work, o trabalho remoto, que nós em Portugal chamamos teletrabalho, no fundo é uma consequência mais forte do Covid, da pandemia, porque as pessoas tiveram que ficar em casa, tiveram que ficar retidas, tiveram que ir em casa ou noutro lado qualquer, ou noutra casa qualquer, se não fosse a residência permanente da pessoa, e eu trabalhando quando era possível trabalhar. Nós próprios, na administração pública portuguesa, tivemos muita gente a trabalhar com o computador em teletrabalho, no tal trabalho remoto. Isso foi uma consequência, não haja dúvida, do Covid. Foi uma adaptação que o ser humano fez àquilo que aconteceu durante aquele período de tempo. A partir daqui, evidentemente que a forma de vivência fica completamente diferente, condicionada àquilo que aconteceu, mas, para um lado, e neste caso, penso eu que foi uma evolução positiva, embora também tenham havido, obviamente, evoluções negativas, nomeadamente no âmbito social, pessoas que perderam praticamente tudo durante o tempo de Covid, não fizeram negócio, mas depois, neste momento, já estão a recuperar, algumas mais lentamente, outras menos lentamente, mas vão recuperando.
This is very challenging. I have the worst memory, so I'm writing down. So remote work is a consequence, or at least widespread remote work is a consequence of what happened during COVID, of course. While many people, including the municipality employees, went remote and they had to work remotely. While it was a big adaptation for many people, especially for the public sector, the truth is these changes on how we work are also changing how we live. And we are all here actually a consequence of that. It is a positive evolution in the view of Mr. President, but also brought negative consequences, especially for a tourism district like Albufeira, of course, where many businesses are still recovering, while others are already fully recovered.
Nós temos os nómadas digitais, que é o nome que nós conhecemos, digital nomads. Evidentemente que tem todo o sentido de trabalhar fora do seu espaço normal de trabalho, desde que seja possível, e neste caso, claro, ninguém abre uma vala, ninguém constrói um edifício em termos de mão de obra, de pedreiro, em teletrabalho, tem que ser no local, mas há serviços, há trabalhos que é permitido e que se permite fazerem à distância. Porque as tecnologias, com a transição tecnológica, toda esta evolução que tem havido ao longo destes últimos 20 anos, realmente tem permitido e tem possibilitado novos modelos de vida completamente diferentes.
Nomads like to work outside the office. Many from the beach don't do that, by the way. And jobs who will able to do it, which we actually estimate to be around 30%, will do it and will want to work from different places. This was all allowed by the digital transition of the last few years, and now, of course, we want to work from different places as long as we can. It's not for everybody, not for all professions, but the ones who can will actually implement it and do it.
Portanto, a transição digital, as alterações climáticas, todos estes fortes vetores da nossa sociedade e da nossa atualidade são aqui realmente de referenciar e de potenciar e de fortalecer. Nós, em Albufeira, o Conselho, vão ter a oportunidade de ver que nestes 7 dias verificar que tem realmente potencialidades e possibilidades para que se possa, durante a época menos densa, menos massificada em termos turísticos, pode ter a casa bastante acolhedora, quer em termos de habitação, quer em termos de toda a envolvência, todo o entretenimento, desporto, lazer, o clima, enfim, tudo, a gastronomia, a simpatia das pessoas, tudo isto são variáveis que neste caso se tornam constantes, não são variáveis, são constantes. Portanto, eu, como sou de matemática, tenho que ter esta simbologia matemática para vos mostrar que realmente aqui realmente é uma constante o clima, a gastronomia, a simpatia, a boa vivência e a segurança, que é muito importante falar nela, cada vez mais, nos tempos conturbados que vamos correndo.
There are several things happening, like the climate change, digital transition, and Albufeira, we believe, has a big potential to welcome digital nomads, especially in the low season, where the hospitality prices are actually very low, and where the hospitality of the people, the gastronomy, the security, all the sports we can do, and we will experience all this during the week, are actually a constant of the municipality. The background of the president is mathematics, so he really likes to talk about these constancies. We have also a fellow mathematician there, so he really likes to push that this is a constant of the municipality. The way we welcome people, the gastronomy, the security, the entertainment, all this is part of the municipality, and it's part of what makes this place perfect for welcome you all here.
Portanto, eu espero e desejo e anseio que vocês passem 7 dias maravilhosos, no sentido de desmultiplicarem depois transferirem depois essa informação e esse conhecimento que tiveram da realidade do Conselho, em todas estas características que acabei de referenciar, e para qualquer coisa que seja possível ou esteja menos bem ou que seja da vossa necessidade, é só contactar através do Dr. Délio Pescada, que é quem está à frente deste evento, portanto, e a quem agradeço muito o trabalho que tem desenvolvido nesta área, que é uma área que nós temos de desenvolver, até porque temos que potenciar, e a Albufeira tem que potenciar, precisamente, que na época baixa nós tenhamos gente cá, sem ser para ir para a praia, sem ser para ir tomar banho, porque a água não está muito agradável, com certeza, nessa altura, mas para outros efeitos, neste caso, para trabalhar.
Mr. President hopes you have an amazing time in Albufeira, and that if you really enjoy it, to spread the word around the world about this beautiful destination. So we hope we are doing a great job to make you very happy. Anything we need to improve, this is the beginning also of the project Albufeira. You can speak with that gentleman in the corner, Mr. Délio Pescada. He is helping us with everything connected with the events and with the project of Digital Nomads here in Albufeira. And this is a key aspect for Albufeira to fight seasonality, because this means keeping jobs, this means keeping the whole economy rolling, so we are a big part of the future of Albufeira.
Peço desculpa pelo tempo que vos ocupei, and now to work. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Please, big round of applause.
Welcome to the Nomad World Fest! Come on, guys, wake up, let's go! Very nice, one more time for Mr. Gonzalo, everyone. Very nice, good to see all of your faces, everyone. Folks, my name is Derek Smith. I am your dedicated master of ceremonies, and I know what a lot of you are already thinking. You're thinking, Derek? Hosting the Nomad World Fest? He doesn't sing, he doesn't dance, and he can barely pronounce Albufeira. Albufeira. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Nomad World Fest. Give it up, guys, one time. I want that energy. Each day over the course of the next 4 days, we are going to have more and more people entering into this room. You guys are the inaugural bunch. And I want to just answer a question that everyone's been asking for the last few hours. Derek, what is this event? It is a very good question, guys. As you are probably aware, this is the inaugural event. So the answer I will give you to what this event is, that depends on you. Everything that will be determined for this inaugural event of the Nomad World Fest depends on your level of engagement and your level of energy and your willingness to have fun, because they only gave me 2 tasks when they gave me this gig. They said, Derek, make sure they have fun, and 2, make sure you keep time. So that's exactly what I'm going to be doing up here each and every day, guys. You can trust that I will be keeping time. I will be the individual who will be the bad guy, because when people come up onto this stage, we'll be giving them 20 minutes to speak, and then there will be a 5-minute Q&A each time. Now, I want you guys to scan that QR code that's up there on that screen right now. What that leads to is a landing page with a series of information that's going to be very important for the course of this week. I know you guys, some of you are just taking pictures of me right now, so I'll just go like this. Keep those cameras up, everybody. Very nice. Thank you for those pics. Here's what I will say. When you go into that QR code, you will see that there is an opportunity to ask questions. I think it's the 3rd button or the 4th button down the line. You're going to click on those. That is what's going to power the Q&A when each speaker is done speaking. So you can just think of questions as time goes. When we get into the Q&A, top questions will in turn get asked. And we may even give away a fancy prize to the person who has the best question and gets the most upvotes for it. Something to keep in mind. Now, like I said, I'm going to be keeping an eye on time, but I do want to express one thing to everybody here, and you're going to hear me remind you each morning, but it's just something that's, I think, valuable for everybody who takes part in an event like the one we're at right now, and that is having a mission, okay? Over the course of the next 6 days, a lot can happen. It's entirely up to you. It's going to be a lot better if you have a plan and you have a mission as to what you intend to get out of this event. So let me just share with you what I intend to get out of this event as a way for you to decide if this is the kind of mission you want to get as well. So for me, and I'm just an individual at this event as well, guys, for me, my mission at this event is to shake hands with every single person that is in attendance. Shake hands, fist bump, however you want to touch me, entirely up to you. Now, what we'll do with that is we will have an opportunity for us to chat. When I speak with you, I'm going to encourage you guys to leverage the same question, and the question is, how can we collaborate? Think about that too for yourselves. Some people come to an event like a conference or a fest and they feel the need to see what they can get out of somebody else. I'm going to flip that around for your sake. Ask people how you can collaborate. What can you do for other people? I think that is going to make your week run a lot smoother. So, as I say, come up with your mission right now, but there's a lot of people in the room. Maybe you guys just landed last night. Maybe you don't know who's in the room with us. That's totally fair. I got good news for you guys. I did the work. The MC of this event is the lucky person who gets to review all the speakers and then write bios for everybody. So I actually think there's nobody who knows better than who is in the room with us today and over the course of this week. So let me just let you in on a little secret about who it is that is with us over the course of these next few days, guys. So I just got a little list here for you. So here are the types of people that we have based on my collection of information. We have leaders, creative strategists, and adventurers. We also have founders, advisors, storytellers, oracles, dreamers, teachers, mavens, and advocates. We have journalists, podcasters, designers, and entrepreneurs. We have doctors, marketers, managers, consultants, psychologists, facilitators, authors, owners, and engineers. And of course, when you just thought I was done, I actually still have more. We have CEOs, we have curators, we have architects, we have remote workers, we have hackers, trainers, lawyers, speakers, connectors, and at least one dedicated master of ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get going with the speakers. Put your hands together. We're going to get things started right now. Very good. First person up on the clock. I guess what they've told me is, and I appreciate you snapping your fingers over there. I can almost hear you snapping your fingers like that. I appreciate that. That's good. First person, I believe I have been told that I am actually going to be introducing a quick video. And right before we came up, he said, hey, lower people's expectations. But I don't think I can, because after all, this first speaker is a great way to kick things off. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to go to a video, so right up to the tech team, get ready here. He is a perpetual traveler since 2017, specializing in global health insurance and location independence. Easily one of the most interesting people here in the room, sailor, adventurer, and chief nomad at Nomads Insure. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Chris Hubner.
My name is Christoph. My team and I are digital nomads and experts for global health insurance. As insurance brokers, we are experts on your side. That means we help to assess your risk in the right way. Then we will find the proper solution from the global market. As a digital nomad, you don't know in the morning who's going to shave you in the evening. And in case you have issues with your insurance company during the duration of the contract, we help you to enforce your interests towards the insurance company. As a digital nomad, you never know where you wake up next morning.
Good morning, everyone. Does this? Yeah. So, let me introduce myself beyond this quick video with which I hope to got your attention. My name. I'm not touching anything. One back, please. Yeah, so my name is Christoph. I'm a digital nomad, and when I heard the list by Derek, I was trying to find out which of them I'm not. I'm for sure not an engineer. Two back, please. Can I do something here? So. Okay, they'll figure it out. I'll tell you my nomad story in the meantime. I'm in the insurance industry, as you might have noticed. Since 2010, when I, together with my business partner Marcus, who is sitting here in the second row, started a company on the German market that is specialized in children's health insurance. We have worked remotely, founded the company when I was still living in Berlin. Marcus was living in Leverkusen, near Cologne. And we never established any tradition of working in the same building. So when we figured out how this business model would work for us and we became successful, hired people, we hired them from the beginning with the literal job title, Digital Nomad for Children's Health Insurance. We have organized the company completely paperless and in a way that everyone could work from wherever they wanted. Not because we wanted that for our team, but at first because we wanted it for ourselves. That's how we wanted to work, and that's how we grew the organization. It's a little team of 8. The first 2 people that we hired back in 2017 are still with us. They have experienced the freedom together with us and enjoy the way to work in full, what we call work time and workplace anarchy. That allowed myself to sign off from Germany back in 2017 and start my career as an e-resident of Estonia. So I started my first business up in the Baltic state and became one of the biggest fanboys of the Estonian e-residency program. Was talking about that at Nomads conferences and in co-working spaces all around the world. until I was always, after my talks, asked by people like, hey, I get this e-residency story, but you said you're an expert in health insurance. Maybe you can help me with my digital nomad setup as well. And so we did that through our brokerage company in Germany, but then decided to tackle that topic strategically, set up another independent broker, of course, in Estonia. And since 2021, we got the European insurance broker's license from the Estonian Financial Supervision Authority. And by the end of 21, I stepped down from the board of our German company to fully focus on global health insurance and all options in that game for location-independent entrepreneurs, remote teams, digital nomads. So that's me, and I'm a sailor. That's my type of adventure, and I think everyone who is living a nomadic lifestyle, a location-independent lifestyle, has this freedom, this dream of independence, and their adventure that they want to do. For me, it's offshore sailing, long distances, several days at sea with no connectivity whatsoever, just beautiful night skies and sunsets and dolphins while making your way from one land to another island. For example, this picture was taken just offshore of Madeira Island, where I took a sailboat 5 days at sea through the last winter season. And there are a lot of analogies between sailing and nomadic lifestyle. And there was a skipper trainer of mine a year ago that boiled it down to this sentence. Safety is not about avoiding the fun. It's about managing the risk. And that's all what your insurance, your health insurance, as an underlying facilitator to make it possible to travel the world and take risks confidently is necessary for. So to dive into that, I have quick 4 inconvenient truths to talk through and help you to set your expectations towards insurance, what is possible, what is necessary. And after that, we have hopefully a little bit more of a bright outlook. The first inconvenient truth is you can't insure a burning house. All of my inconvenient truths are obvious. You might have heard that before, but you need to translate that into your nomadic lifestyle, into health insurance, into managing risk. And when it comes to health insurance, this means, like with every other insurance as well, insurance is there to mitigate uncertainty, uncertain risks. So insurance companies are entrepreneurs, are companies that look into statistics, look into statistical risk, and know exactly with a large number of people that many injuries of this kind, these diseases happen, and then they have huge numbers and give you a price. As long as your risk is uncertain, the same like with every other random person as well, you can get insurance coverage. But as soon as your risk is elevated, meaning you have pre-existing conditions, you have chronic diseases, you might not be able to get coverage at a standard rate or at all. And this is very important to understand before you start your nomadic lifestyle and want to become location independent. Just last week, I had a client's call with a lady that was referred to me by someone who does international tax planning. They have gone through all the crazy setups that she can do with her business and with her personal tax residency. But then she told me that she had an emergency brain surgery 6 months ago after having a cyst in her brain, and now will need every 6 months an MRI to get checked up because this cyst might come back and she might need a brain surgery again. Not possible to get any global health insurance for a person with such a condition. So you need to look into your personal health situation as a part of your planning, of your tax setup and all these kind of things. Everyone who does international tax planning should always consider their client's health situation as a part of this game. The only way to get out of that is with state systems. If you have a public health insurance system in your home country that covers everyone and disregards medical history, they cover you at a price. It's usually a percentage of your income, but it's also limited to the territory of that country. Within Europe, we are a little bit more free to travel. If you are contributing to one social security system in the European Economic Area, you at least have emergency coverage in state-owned hospitals in all other countries of the European Economic Area, but not outside of Europe at all. So keep that in mind. The second inconvenient truth is health costs money, and more so over time. And to show you what that means, it's always interesting to look into how health cost statistically develops over the lifespan of a person. So actually, and here the graph is not very accurate, 50% of one life's medical cost occur in the last 2 years of your life. Unfortunately, you never know when these 2 years have actually begun. Most probably, statistically, it's rather at the far end of it on a timeline, meaning like when you're today in your 80s. If I look around here, every one of you has a statistical life expectancy of far beyond 80. But this is something you need to mitigate. If you live a truly nomadic lifestyle and decide for a location-independent life, you need to make yourself aware that health insurance companies, just take this very same graph, they put their risk buffer and their margin on top of that, and that's the premium that you pay. So health insurance might be very cheap when you're in your 20s and in your 30s, but as soon as you hit your 50s, 60s, and 70s, this might break the bank. So we need to find a solution where you can even that out, where you manage this risk by putting money aside beforehand and being very well aware of how things are looking further down the road. The third inconvenient truth is health insurance and travel insurance are very different. Many digital nomads just think like, hey, health insurance in my home country, or this offer that I got is 400 euros a month. There's another company that asks for 49 bucks. I go for that one. What's even the difference? The difference is very significant. One is most probably travel insurance, one is most probably health insurance. If it costs you less than 100 bucks a month, it cannot be health insurance. It's just not possible. The difference is, and that makes it possible in the travel insurance always has a limited duration. You can buy that for a month, for a year, with some companies for 2 years. Some European jurisdictions even have long-term travel insurance for up to 5 years. But they always only work on top of a health insurance back in your home country. And that is very important to understand, because the travel insurance will cover you for the emergencies, the small risks in other countries. If you break your leg, or if you have this unavoidable motorbike accident in Thailand, that I had myself as well already, just make that part of your plan. If you go to Thailand, sooner or later you will have that motorbike accident. If it's an easy thing, the travel insurance will pay for the treatments on the ground. But if it's something severe, if you fall in coma and need an ICU treatment, they will repatriate you back to your home country for treatment where you have health insurance. The travel insurance, and whatever the name is, if it's a travel insurance and if it costs you less than 100 bucks a month, or even worse, if it's the one on your credit card that is usually limited for trips starting from and coming back to your registered home country address within less than 45 days, sometimes 60, sometimes only 30, they will bring you back home for treatment in a country where you then better have health insurance. Otherwise, if you're that coma patient, airlifted back to the University Hospital of Madrid, and they will treat you, and then you will wake up from coma, and then they will present you the bill, and then you fall back into coma right again. There is a little graph with details of that, but I've covered this. So the fourth inconvenient truth is that as a digital nomad, you're very vulnerable to scams. If you are coming from a country where you've been living for years and you ever bought insurance on the market, you could be pretty sure that anything that is offered to you locally is most probably legit, because there is a very strong supervision. and law enforcement will look into this. But if you are going cross-border, maybe with yourself, some kind of intransparent business setup somewhere, you think like that's normal, and maybe if the insurance company has their setup in Barbados, who cares? Why would that be relevant? But it's very, very relevant. Because if you want to sign up insurance somewhere, always make sure, especially if it's a long-term plan, if you trust your health and your life to a company, make sure you fully understand with who you sign up the contract, which persons are the legal representative of that company. Every legit insurance company in the world is supervised by a supervision authority and has transparency rules. They have to make you understand all the answers to these questions. Like, what is the complaints process? If I file a claim and it gets rejected, what's next? How do I file a complaint? Do I understand which country's law is governing this contract? Meaning, like, where would we meet in court? This is very important. If you have a super expensive treatment and you want the money back from the insurance company and you don't even understand in which court of the world you would go with them, why do you buy that insurance in the first place? So really make sure if you, and one easy takeaway, if you get a quote, if you look into the insurance documents and you don't understand within 2 minutes of reading, where's that company, which country's law is governing this, where would we meet in court, what's the complaint process, if you don't understand this within 2 minutes, it's not because you're too stupid to read these insurance documents. It's because the company is actively hiding this information or doesn't even have the answers to these questions. And this is something that is happening a lot in the digital nomad space, so be very, very careful. So, what is right for you? You might have already understood it's not so easy. It always depends on your personal lifestyle. It depends on, are you just going for a short-term adventure, 1 to 5 years, with the intention to come back to your home country and you don't cut the ties there, meaning you're still eligible for public health care in your country if you're European, or there is no public health care at all if you're American. So make sure you adjust your insurance coverage to your plans. If you're going out to explore the world for 10, 20 years until you find a place, you don't need to take pictures. I think all the material will be sent out to everyone. So yeah, you get all this. And we are around for the entire week, so we can go into details. So if you're going for 10 to 20 years, with the intention to find a place where you want to settle and become a resident and a taxpayer again then, and part of the social security system, then there is an easy option as well. But as soon as you make a life decision, want to stay location independent for the rest of your life, you better make a plan for that early. And that's something that we are here for as independent brokers. We are happy to help, because coming back to sailing, it's all about the risk mitigation. When we go sailing offshore, we make sure we have proper life vests. We have an e-perp that will send satellite signals in case we are in distress. But this is all something that is the necessity. We do that, we make sure everything is well maintained, and then we don't need to think about it anymore, because that's not what we go sailing for. We go sailing for these beautiful sunsets, for the night skies that are as clear as nowhere else in the world when you're far out in the ocean without any light pollution around. There is this beauty that comes with the adventure where the underlying risk mitigation, the insurance, is just your enabler. Make sure that you have that and then take risk confidently, and to find the right option for you. As independent brokers, we work with all the players that are relevant and legit in this market. Book a free consultation, and we talk through your personal situation, your personal options, and the ideal setup. This is nothing we can discuss in a broader audience in general, because we always need to look into the details, look into pre-existing conditions, looking into your citizenship, into the destinations where you want to go to, the timeline and everything. So we need to take a little bit of time. We'll find the best solution for you, and that's what we're here for. We have a little bonus adventure put into the program. You might have seen, I've seen somewhere it was mentioned already, taking risk confidently. This Saturday we invite you to go cliff jumping with us. I've booked a slot for 20 people. So that means the first 20 of you that contact us and are interested in that, will have a free slot going on an adventure together. Just talk to us. We are with 5 people here. We have bought these t-shirts in 3 different colors, so you can actually see that we're not wearing the same t-shirt every day over and over again, but we have different ones and we can wash them. So here are my friends and colleagues down in the first row. Please stand up that people can see you. This is Martin, Marcus, Aaron and Simone. And myself. We are around for the rest of the week. Hit us up and let's talk not so much about insurance, but about risk mitigation that enables you to go out on your adventures and take risk confidently. Thank you very much, and I think we have a little bit of time for questions.
Very nice. Give it up one time for Chris, everybody. Very nice. So now we're going to jump into the Q&A. I do want to remind everybody in the audience that you can submit your questions right now by clicking on the QR code's link in there, and you can also submit questions while they're speaking as well. So I'm going to get things kicked off just so that way once we'll pull up some of these questions here. So Chris, my question to you is, who do you think or when do you think a nomad should contact Nomad's Insure? When they're in their home country or when they're on the road? What's like the best case scenario for people?
Always as early as possible, before you make other decisions. Let's get the concept together first, and especially always think tax planning and business setup together, because there are additional options. So the earlier you come, for example, if you're setting up a company, let's say in Estonia, there might be options to get you a global health insurance for yourself, maybe for your family, your entire team, signed up for with your European company. So it applies to every European company, but Estonia is just a random, very random example here. So you can buy insurance with your business and get the monthly premiums for your healthcare coverage as a business expense into the books of your company. So everything pre-tax might make a lot of sense. So as early as possible before you sign off.
Very good. Thank you so much. So let's just go into some of these questions. I'll read them out here to you, Chris. Do you recommend local insurance if living in a location outside Europe, or always global coverage?
That's a very good question.
Thank you.
I also love the third one. Are we insured? So this is a local company and we booked with them and they say they have insurance. I must admit I have not looked into the wording, but I promise I will before we go. I'm
Taking risks confidently, everybody, yes.
I'm very well aware that this is thin ice. If we as the insurance brokers invite you to cliff jumping and they say they have insurance and I just believe them, that might backfire. So I will look into that, no worries.
I think this is a great opportunity for us to thank you so much for sponsoring today's event. We really appreciate it, and we hope Nomad's Insure will definitely keep us alive over the course of the next 6 days. Thank you.
Yeah, with pleasure. I mean, we are part of this community, and so we've been around at other conferences that João and Gonzalo have organized in the last years, and I really love what they're doing, what they're pulling up. And so when this opportunity came here, this was a no-brainer. Of course, we're in and happy to present.
Nice.
But coming back to the question.
Yeah. Question number 1. Do you
yes.
still got that? Yeah.
It really depends for how long you're going to that country, and if you're just as a nomad coming quickly and then planning to go out again, or if you want to settle there. If you really want to settle, buy something local might in most cases be a good option. But if you have the intention to live a more nomadic lifestyle, there is one important thing that you need to keep in mind, and that is the risk of changing medical conditions over time. Meaning, if you today are able, with your medical history, to buy a health insurance in that country, and then within that year something happens and you want to move on, you might not be able to buy a new insurance that covers your then pre-existing conditions. So a decision for a health insurance is more like a life decision. You should make that decision to find a company that will be with you for the rest of your life. So and that covers you globally, and then you're safe. If there are always people trying to find sneaky, cheaper solutions, like, yeah, but if I combine this cheap one with that cheap one, then I'm covered for the next 12 months. Might work, but does not buy you the freedom to move wherever you go, to change your plans, So my suggestion is always to go for a global solution that you don't need to change ever again. But that also means get a proper consultation, look into the alternatives, look into the wording and fine prints, or find someone who does that for you, who you trust and who is regulated and
Very
has
good.
a professional indemnity insurance for that and everything that comes with licensing.
Very good, very good. Now, I don't know how you can answer number two. Maybe you do have a particular choice. What would you say is the best insurance in Portugal?
What is the best car in the world?
Great question. Exactly, yeah.
What do
yeah.
you need? Who are you? What's your age? What's your medical history? For how long are you staying in Portugal?
A lot of variables,
Yeah.
huh? Yeah, okay, perfect. All right. Of course, we've already gone over question number 3. Question number 4, do you incentivize young people to be healthy in any way, therefore reducing your potential cost once they are older? Any thoughts on that one, Chris?
Yeah, sure. For example, always a parameter to approach your insurance premiums is a deductible. So meaning if you are young and healthy, and you have a little bit of money in your bank account, if you are willing to pay for the first 1,000 euros in medical bills a year out of your own pocket, you save, rule of thumb, roughly 1,200 euros a year in premium. That is a good incentive, I think. If you're generally healthy and you don't have any medical bills, you're saving these 1,200 euros for sure. And if something severe happens and you need an insurance company to step in, then from the 1,001st euro, they will cover you unlimited. So usually we work with companies that have no annual limit whatsoever.
Very good.
Yeah, but a deductible is a good way.
Excellent. All right, we only have time for just a couple more questions, so I'll keep going here. How have you set up your own insurance as a nomad? I guess this is a personal question to you, Chris, I think.
I love that.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
get personal.
Let's get personal. Yeah, I was lucky enough to have bought a personal medical insurance back on the German market, which is very regulated, but now looking into the global playing field, it is regulated in a very sophisticated way. So I would now say it is the most developed health insurance market in the world because it, for example, inherently mitigates this aging reserve risk. So in young age, I pay a bit more, but I get the price that's the same for the rest of my life, plus only adjusted by medical inflation. And so I'm lucky in out of the around 30 providers on the German market to have signed up back in 2004 with one of the 3.5 that grants global unlimited coverage.
Wow.
So not only within Europe, but also outside of Europe, wherever I go. There is no time limit for coverage. There is no annual limit. But you need to be in a unique situation to be able to sign up for such a plan that gives you the freedom to be location independent for the rest of your life. So for me, it was a life decision. I'm in the third column of what I've showed earlier. So I can retire in wherever I want because my insurance company goes with me.
That's right, yeah. And are you single? Is anyone able to marry you and get access to that same plan, or?
I'm a sailor. I'm not into marriage.
Okay, very good. Sailor talk, I guess. All right, here we go. One more question. How do reciprocal agreements between countries work in the context of health insurance, medical emergency while abroad?
There is something like that within the European Economic Area. I referred to that earlier. So if you are part of the, or if you're contributing to a European social security system, then you get, in some countries automatically, in some countries you need to apply for that, a blue card called EHIC, the European Health Insurance Card. And with that, you are covered for emergencies that happen while traveling, for treatments in public state-owned hospitals in all countries of the European Economic Area, plus 3 more. So that means it's the EU, plus Liechtenstein, Iceland, Norway, and there are agreements with Serbia, Israel, and Morocco. So in these countries, you do have emergency coverage in public hospitals, but you don't have repatriation covered, for example. So if you have the severe accident in Morocco, you will get treated in some way in the state-run hospital, but for all aftercare necessary, you're not covered there, and also not for treatments that are planned or could be planned. So only things that happen while you're traveling. So there are these agreements, and for some people it makes sense, especially for people with pre-existing conditions that would otherwise not have access to any coverage from the global private market.
Thank you, Chris. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cruise through these 2 questions just so that way we can get to them. Are we insured while surfing? Surfing the internet?
No.
No, we're not.
If you're not sure about a clear yes, then it's most probably no.
Okay, that's a good rule of thumb for sure.
I need more context for that.
Is it because of the misspelt word insured? Yeah. Does that throw you off? Yeah.
Yeah,
It threw me off too. I was like, I'm not answering that. I don't know what to tell you. I can't even read it. Let's go. Next question. What about putting money into savings monthly instead of paying towards insurance? What do you think about that, Chris?
You cannot outsmart insurance. You cannot outsmart your medical risk because what many people, and I'm very grateful for this question, and I hope I have 2 minutes for it. Many people in the digital nomad spheres are like, oh, I'm young and healthy, I'm vegan and do yoga, I don't need health insurance. What could possibly happen? If I break my leg, what does that cost? 1,500 euros. Okay, I'll pay for that myself. That's not the risk that you buy insurance for. In general, you buy insurance, and this doesn't only apply to health insurance, but every insurance. You buy insurance to cover you for existential risks that will break the bank and end your nomadic dream and lifestyle. And these are things that are not just the broken bone that will cost you 1,500 euros. These are things like the earlier mentioned cyst in the... So this client is a perfectly healthy young American that all of a sudden developed this cyst in her brain. She needed an emergency a brain surgery. And I don't know the exact numbers, but from what I got her, and she didn't have insurance, but obviously she was wealthy enough at that point in time, it cost more than 500,000. And she was probably, with the help of family and whatever, able to bear that, but not the risks that come from here now anymore in the future. So I've been to an international health insurance conference in Berlin 2 weeks ago, where the people from the global industry were discussing especially these rare medical risks that get really expensive. And with today's more and more sophisticated medical developments, we are looking into personalized medicine. We are looking into DNA-based medication that is just made for you to be able to cure and treat rare diseases like autoimmune diseases and stuff. And so the most expensive that was mentioned there several times, the most expensive injection that you can get was was developed in the UK, is 2.7 million pounds for one injection. That will cure the person, and I don't want to be the nurse that drops the injection like, oops. But these are the risks that. I mean, unless you're doing really, really well and you have several 6-digit amounts in your bank, you can most probably mitigate also the less likely but very expensive medical risks. But then also, again, why would you? If you have these $2 million or euros or pounds in your bank account, they are not there to mitigate your health risk. They are there to have fun and do something that you really like. You don't want to keep that money in case something happens, when you, on the other side, can buy health insurance, depending on your age, for 200, 300 euros a month.
Very nice. Ladies and gentlemen, Nomads Inshore. Give it up for Chris Hubner. Very nice. Thank you so much. I'll get you to put this stuff right over here. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to keep things moving along. Of course, we're going to be talking about emerging remote communities in a second, but I do want to remind those coffee drinkers out there, at 11 o'clock, we will be doing coffee break, and then we'll be coming back for more sessions leading up to 1:30 in the afternoon. So let's keep things moving along here, guys. Of course, for the speaker, wherever you are in the room, your microphone is right here for you. Just a quick reminder, everybody, we have put up the QR code on the screen so that way you can ask questions during the session, and then that way when the Q&A starts, the questions are ready to rock and roll. So focused on digital content and specializing in short form video creation and strategy, she is also the Nomad experience organizer at Kaya Connections and the owner of Guatemala Studios, a creative marketing agency that makes social media work for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear it for her. Give it up one time for Marie Tuosan. No problem. Give it a click.
Thank you. Perfect. Hey everyone, my name is Marie Tuasan, or other people call me Maria Gumamela. That's my TikTok account as well. Yeah, it's Gumamela Studios, not Guatemala Studios. I'm not from Guatemala. I would love to visit them though. I'm gonna be talking about TikTok. You guys might be like rolling your eyes, but you'll be surprised later. And especially, I will be talking about how to empower remote communities through TikTok. But before anything else, you might be wondering, who is this girl right in front of you? My name is Marie, or Maria. Other people who know me here, pre-2021, you know me as Marie. I moved to Spain. They couldn't really pronounce Marie properly, so I said like Maria, and they were like, ah, Maria, it's so easy. So now people can call me Maria or Marie. I build communities, both online and offline. Online, I have a digital marketing agency specializing in short form videos, so TikTok, Instagram, everything that has to do with visual content. But offline also, I am a yoga teacher. I create experiences. I've done co-livings before, pop-up co-livings, and now I'm creating an entrepreneur retreat for business owners at the end of October. So here's a little bit of a timeline for me. So you kind of know, like, okay, who's this girl right in front of you? Also, if she's actually, worthy of your time. I am an island girl by nature, through and through. This blazer has not been worn in the past 3 years. So this is just something that I've been always doing. And I went to the city to do some to be a corporate slave. Worked in Nestle, Procter & Gamble, and Unilever. And then I wanted to defeat patriarchy, so I became an engineer, and I went to Germany for that. I got burnt out, so I said, okay, let me go back to my island, and I became one of the surfing nomads there. And then I went to Madeira. I met Gonzalo. I met a lot of you there as well. And I became the community manager in Lisbon, in Caparica, which is like south of Lisbon, the better Lisbon, I would say. And I also got into my hippie surfer yogi era. I quit my job. I decided I just wanted to, figure out what I really, really wanted in this life. And life didn't want me to do that, and I broke my arm. So I didn't know what to do, and because of that, I actually got into TikTok, and I rose to fame there, I would say fame. And I also figured out, like, maybe marketing is the right time for me, hence the business girl era. And I also wanted to deepen my practice in the yoga sessions, and right now I'm in my speaker era. So, a lot of eras right there. And let's talk a little bit now about TikTok. Who here has TikTok? I just want to know. Great. And who here doesn't want to admit that they have their TikTok? Yeah, I know, I love you. He just raised his hand right there. Because a lot of people also think that TikTok is for the young ones, right? But you would be surprised that more than 80% of the users in TikTok are above the age of 24. So in females, actually, more than 80% are older than 24. And actually, I have a lot of communities there as well who are moms. Whenever I go back to the Philippines, moms would reach out to me and they were like, oh, I showed my daughter your videos. And I'm like, what? These videos are more for the kids, but they also watch it. For most users, it's from the USA, from Indonesia, from Brazil. We have 1.7 billion users, and the average views for each video, each TikTok is 30,000, which is why I have let's say, a favor more towards TikTok over Instagram, and also for these three benefits. First one is it's a discovery platform. What does that mean? You don't need a lot of followers to get your first viral video. I have one friend, he only posted one video and it got like 1.8 million views. So with Instagram, you kind of have to kind of go along the algorithm, figure out how to do it, engage with other people and all of these things before your video or your photo can be viral. With TikTok, as long as it's a really, really good video, you can pop off. Another thing is authenticity over aesthetics, which is one of the reasons why I don't pop off on Instagram and I pop off more on TikTok, because I'm not the most aesthetic person you can ever meet. And I'm just like there, I'm spilling out facts. I'm talking like I'm talking as with someone on a FaceTime or whatever, on a WhatsApp call. And yeah, nobody really like cares about how good your feed looks, how good your video looks, as long as you give value. And I'm gonna talk a little bit more about that later. And the last is it's search engine optimized. So I saw in our WhatsApp group, people were like, oh, this is good coffee or this is good coffee. Well, let me tell you guys, TikTok says otherwise. So I already searched about like, where is the best places to eat in Albufeira? And there are a couple of things that I already have placed there in my maps, just because I have a visual idea of what's gonna happen here in Albufeira. So even before we had this Nomad summit, I already know what I'm gonna expect. And also here, I checked like, okay, what's the best for Albufeira coffee? And this is something you cannot do on Instagram. You cannot just search like best places to eat in Albufeira, or best Nomad insurance, or best community manager, best Nomad Nomad founder, right? So, but with TikTok, you can have all of these right there. So TikTok is actually competing with Google right now for the best search engine. So hence, that's why communities are amazing right now on TikTok. And these are just some of my favorite communities on TikTok. We have one about digital nomads, where to find it, what's the tips for digital nomads. And even if I'm already a digital nomad, I still like to see all these tips that I see there. It's not all about like how to become a digital nomad. It's also about like, what's the next community that I get to? Like one of the reasons I'm based in Valencia right now. One of the reasons why I'm there is because I've seen a lot of people talking about the lifestyle there. People are going to Madeira because they see a lot of videos about it. So basically TikTok is kind of like a word of mouth marketing in a sense. And also I like to go on hidden gems. Dear Modern is a community that I really like. He talks a lot about Feng Shui and like house decoration. Even if I don't have a house, I'm just like pretending that I do, you know, figuring out, find my rich husband, and then I can figure out my house in the future. I also have, I recently became vegetarian and I didn't know how to cook vegetarian food, so I was following some of the, Stella's videos, and also Morning Brew is a really good TikTok account. Basically, they kind of like transform news into like easily digestible videos, even for an 8-year-old. You know, an 8-year-old can understand what's happening in our world. So, bottom line is that TikTok is immensely powerful for building any community out there. So whether it's really like very, very different communities. Even if you're into books, there is like a TikTok for books. There's a TikTok for super small communities, super niche communities. It's the best way forward to actually move on and to also basically give a more authentic and more relatable way on how we are dealing with this world. But now you might be asking me, how do I actually make a viral TikTok video? My answer is you shouldn't. Because the more that you think that you need to create a viral TikTok video, the more that it's not gonna create a community. I'm more for communities over virality. It does not ensure you that if you have a viral video, you're gonna have a big following. So the best thing that you have to do is to figure out how to actually give value to your audience and to your followers. Giving value through education, giving value through entertainment, giving value through inspiration. You can even just do one, you can even just do two, or the best way would be to have it all. And of course, like value doesn't just be there. You also have to figure out how to actually grab each other's attention. I am coaching a lot of creatives right now. They're absolutely amazing videographers, photographers, much more creative than this girl right here. But the fact is, they don't know the technicalities. They don't know the language of TikTok. You know, a lot of old businessmen as well. They ask me to create content for them. I am a content creator by nature, so I like to create content for brands. But they were like, "Oh, let's do something highly produced. You know, like let's set up a film crew." And I'm like, "No, my own equipment is just my phone and my tripod, and maybe my selfie stick, but that's it." And the thing is, when you create a video, not just for TikTok, it can be for Instagram, anywhere in social media, you have to understand the language that each platform is talking about. So for TikTok, everything from the fonts that you're using, from the transitions that you're using, from the trends that you're doing, has to relate with the people that are reading and are viewing your videos. So
All those travel gurus are lying.
Miguel, can you stop it for a bit? See, I'm a TikTok girl. I'm not a presentation girl.
All those travel gurus
Okay,
are lying.
thank you.
This is the best thing
This is
to do in
something I
Lisbon.
drive
Leave.
from,
Instead, go 20 minutes away to
from
the beach
Caparica.
town of Caparica. You can literally wake up, go to the beach and surf before your first meeting. It has everything you need without the chaos of a city life. Laid-back lifestyle, walkable streets, parks, dogs, flirty surfers, nightlife, and the best sunsets you'll ever experience. They also have a digital nomad community. Life was so much easier living here. Put it now to your bucket list.
Awesome. So that was just a super, super simple TikTok that I made. It was just something that I did it for fun. I just came back to my community after a year of not being there. And I was like, I just really need to give this hidden gem to a lot of people. Ironically, when I posted that, it got 2,000 views, 3,000 views. And I was like, okay, didn't pop off. So what? You know, people still, like 2,000 people still viewed it. 7 months after, it just went up. So that's another thing for you guys. Like, don't give up if your video doesn't pop off in the next 2-3 months. Sometimes it actually needs a few more times, and a lot of people are getting more and more traction about that. What's the reason for this? First, and it's gonna.
All those travel gurus are lying. This is the
Can
best
you-
thing to do in
Miguel,
Lisbon.
can you mute
Leave.
it? Sorry.
Instead, go 20 minutes away to
Obrigada.
the beach town of Caparica.
Okay,
You can literally
so
wake
the
up,
first
go to the
thing
beach
is
and surf
because-
before your first meeting. It has everything you
you
need
can
without
mute
the
it.
chaos of a city life.
Thank you. The first is the hook. The hook that I used is very controversial. I say, all those travel gurus are lying, right? And they were like, why? And then you say, leave Lisbon. Then a lot of Lisbon people or Lisbon lovers would be like, why? Why does someone wanna leave Lisbon? So then you're piquing interest for them. Other forms would be just to call out desire. For example, if you're a digital nomad, you have to go to this one place. If you're in Albufeira, go to this one coffee store. This is the best coffee store here in Albufeira. Something in this that's similar. The next thing would be the body. Explain it properly, easily, as if you're talking to an 8-year-old. I don't know what's the height of an 8-year-old. This one, 8-year-old. As if you're talking to an 8-year-old. That is the readability level. So it's super simple. You put out some text, you put out some visuals. That is like just lay out like what people need and what people want. Lastly, lay out the key benefit. The key benefit there was life was so much simpler here. And of course, the last thing is to end something with a call to action. My call to action here in this video was to put it now on your bucket list. In my other videos, if I wanted more followers, I would tell them to follow this for more tips. Follow this for more information about your nomad destinations, or leave a comment of what destination do you want me to visit next. So this way, you kind of engage your community as well to talk to you, and at the same time, you actually get more content ideas afterwards. So here are some of the comments that they're actually creating. And that's what I'm saying. Even if you don't get a lot of views, the fact that people are starting to get more intrigued about your videos is the way to nurture the community. And I would suggest to focus more on commenting back on people's comments, even if it's negative or positive, and use that actually to create your next video. Reply videos actually work really well on TikTok as well. And now, using TikTok to build communities. These are just some of the videos that I also did with my travels recently, and these are like with my communities that I did with my co-living back in the Philippines. And this first one is when we went to Porto, to San Juan. It was an amazing experience. And then I just basically made a vlog out of it, of like what we're trying to do. The second one, this one is with a voiceover. And then the second one is just a montage of the things that I've done. And it's just like these small things, you know, as if you're doing an Instagram story, just doing all of this. And then I just like place it everything. So it's not that hard to create TikToks. And the last one is basically also another montage using a trending audio that you have in TikTok. Don't think about it too hard. It's the best advice I would say is just to have fun. And the best way also is just to figure out what your viewers want from you. And that's it. I don't have a lot of things to say, but I'm pretty sure you guys understood what I'm doing. I am also creating speaking of communities, I'm also creating a community of nomads and business owners. And a lot of the videos that you saw previously were from my previous co-living in the Philippines, and we're creating another co-living in April next year. So if you're interested with that, as well as other co-livings and retreats, just scan this code right there, and we'll see you there. Thank you so much. Awesome.
Very nice, guys. One more time, give it up for Marie, please. There's a bit of a traffic jam here as I'm walking down the stairs. Very nice. You know, so just to be clear, it's not Guatemala Studios, right?
It's Gumamela Studios.
Okay, just say it one more time, please.
Gumamela Studios.
Great, guys. Write that down, please. Appreciate that. Very good. I just want to let you know your microphone's about to quiet out, so I'm going to give you a new one. There you go. Let's pull up the questions, guys, and here's a great opportunity for you to add your questions right now for the Q&A. Let's see what we got going on right away. Marie, what about putting money into savings? I know. I feel like I feel like we should repeat it a few more times, don't you think? Actually, no. I was going to ask you is when it comes to the. Can you hear it? Yeah. Don't worry. No one needs to hear me. They just need to hear you. So the question is, you have educate, inspire, and entertain. What makes something entertaining on TikTok?
Entertaining can be through different ways as well. Entertaining could be through comedy. Mostly through comedy. Entertaining could also be through storytelling. You're creating drama, you're creating like suspense. Entertaining could also be something that people are relating to. It could be very different ways as well.
Good. And has it changed since you started on TikTok? Has entertainment even changed a little bit, or has it always been those items, sort of?
Actually, it became bigger and bigger. A lot of people are always thinking that because of TikTok, our attention span got smaller and smaller and smaller. And now what I noticed as well is a lot of the videos that people are preferring are actually longer form content. I wouldn't say longer like YouTube form content, but more than a minute long, more than 2 minutes long, and they would just be like understanding what's happening. There are a lot of like filmmakers that they create their shorts already there on TikTok as well, and that's very, very entertaining as well. Other people would create experiments. And these are like both educational and entertaining, right? Mm-hmm. So it's all about like how you wrap your story around it.
Very cool. All right, awesome. So let's jump into the questions here. Marie, what tools do you use to create TikToks on your phone quickly and easily?
Camera, CapCut. That's it.
And TikTok.
Actually, and TikTok.
And
I
TikTok.
don't like editing on TikTok, but I use Camera and CapCut. CapCut is from the same company as TikTok, so they're both working together. So I'd like to use it on CapCut and then go to TikTok.
Very nice. All right. Next question for you, Marie. What is the benefit of having a single video with 1.8 million views? How do you monetize that?
Awesome. So this is like a whole masterclass, actually. So what I tell my clients is there's 2 ways to create videos. You have the videos for virality, which is to get the most reach, and the videos for nurturing your community. So what I like to tell them is focus, especially when you're starting out your account, focus on creating content that is nurturing for the community. Because once you get that viral video, people are gonna go through your profile. They see all those nuggets of wisdom that you have that doesn't really necessarily be viral, but they will be like, okay, this girl knows her shit. Can I curse? Okay.
Yeah, you're definitely allowed to curse. Don't worry.
This girl knows what she's doing. And they'll be like, that's gonna be a funnel. Like, okay, okay, I like this. Oh, okay, like this. And once you create that funnel, you funnel that out to your website to finally monetize that. That's also a lot of why a lot of creatives, a lot of content creators don't understand, because they have a lot of views, they have a lot of these things, but they don't know how to actually monetize what they're doing, what they're trying to do, right? So you have to create this funnel. You have these 3 pinned videos on your profile. Make sure that those 3 pinned videos are what converts your audience. So what I usually do on my 3 pinned videos is like who I am, what am I doing, or why am I doing that, and of course the last one is to go to my website and also like testimonials and whatever product benefits. All of these things.
All right, very nice. Thank you, Marie. Appreciate that. Also, thank you guys for your questions. Keep them coming if you got any more. Next question. What's the best way to optimize captions on your TikTok to help your video reach more people? Do hashtags still work?
Great. One of the things I don't like about TikTok is that there is this geographical discrimination that's happening. Also because of the European ban or something on TikTok. There are certain limitations on TikTok Europe that is different from TikTok USA, all of these things. And TikTok is based on your phone's SIM card. So even if you use a VPN, even if you use something else, it's not gonna work as long as your SIM card is, let's say, from Spain. Your content is gonna be pushed first from Spain. But there is an exception. If your account is already well established, let's say your account is already warmed up in the TikTok algorithm, TikTok doesn't care about your SIM card anymore. So if you want, let's say, a US audience, what I would suggest is to get a US SIM card first, warm up your account, make sure that you get more and more and more people, and then you can come back to whatever SIM card, wherever you're going. And that's also a reason why a lot of nomads struggle with TikTok. So what I would suggest, there is a hack that I use where I could just buy a US SIM card for like $20, and you can't use it for data, you can't use it for anything. It's literally a US SIM card for TikTok, and that's what I use for my clients. And I'm like, okay, let me just switch to this SIM card, or I use another phone and have it place the SIM card there and post all the videos there, just to get the traction. And with the US layout, US UI, you can actually use captions for that. The good thing about that is because what you're saying out loud is also being used for search engine optimization. So that's great. You don't have to write down the captions one by one. If you're in Europe, the best way I would say is to just go on CapCut. CapCut has this auto captions filter. You can even use a teleprompter feature on CapCut. So if you're having like a lot of things to say, just place it out there, read it out loud, so you don't have to keep on like retaking it. And it is really good to, like I said, it's for search engine optimization, so it does help in reaching more people. Hashtags work, but not in the same way as what you would think for Instagram. Hashtags work because you would use the hashtags of what your audience are. So for example, I'm creating that video about Caparica. I'm not gonna do a hashtag Caparica. I'm gonna do hashtag digital nomads, hashtag Lisbon, hashtag places to work, because these are the hashtags that your target audience want to search for. So it's not about the video itself, it's about what they're already viewing. So if you have these hashtags on your video will most likely be shown to the people who are already searching for these hashtags.
Cool. All right, good tip right there. Keep moving along here. I just want to let everybody know I can see all the questions, and I'm just going to skip one and come back to the other one. So quick question from Andrea. How long did it take you to grow your community and find success on TikTok?
I'm still growing my community all the time. I would say when I first, ironically, I started TikTok as a joke.
Hilarious.
I was unemployed. I didn't have anything to do. Everybody was asking me, what's my next plan? And I was like, I don't know, man. Like, I just want to be one of those influencers who get paid to do stuff. And one of my friends, oh, he was such a nice friend. He said, "Oh, you're never gonna be that way. You're never gonna do that. You're not pretty enough." And I was like, "Watch me." So what I did was, like, for 1 month, I just basically got on YouTube. I watched all the videos. I was a previous social media manager, so I kind of knew how to make these things as well. I figured out my niche. I figured out what I wanted to do. Just posted like 2 times a day, 1 time a day, you know, like figuring out like really what's happening, because the first part of your TikTok journey would always be like your trial and error. Your first video might not pop off, and that's fine. You might have a flop, you might have like 5 flops, and then after that, one video is gonna pop off, you know? And like I said, that video that I showed about Caparica didn't pop off until 6 months after. For me, I would say I grew my account like to 50,000 in just a month, but that was also because it was at the start of 2021. So it's very different now, you know, but I would say it's still easily done once you know the right ways, if you put a lot of effort in it as well. If you don't have a job, that's so much easier. So quit your jobs.
Quit your jobs and join TikTok. Okay.
Exactly.
Very good. All right. I just want to get a couple more questions in here just to wrap things up, but I do want to make sure we get some in there. Some of them are actually, I just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay, cool. So why are people from the Philippines always so cute? I don't know who wrote that. That's ridiculous.
Well.
Okay, we'll move on from that one, but this one's a little bit more important to your business, which I think is most important. What is, and again, you don't need to get too deep into your pricing, but what is your pricing? And more so, do you base it on performance? Is your pricing based more on performance, or just put your finger in the air? Yeah.
So I do have a flat rate. I do have a flat rate where people posted that where people pay me by the video. I actually have an agency now, so I don't really do the videos right now. And if people think that it's too high or something, we can always negotiate also based on performance, but not on views.
Right.
Usually we post it based on the conversions and how much people actually do it. But it's a bit complicated as well, because TikTok is very top of funnel. What I mean by that is people see it on TikTok. Let's say a video, I focus more on e-commerce businesses. People see it on TikTok, and then they would be like, okay, let me think about it, you know. And then you put more ads in them, more ads, maybe on Facebook, maybe on Instagram. And then finally, that's the time they would buy. So if you think about it, TikTok doesn't convert so much. But once people, there was a study about it as well, like once people integrated a post-market survey of like what made you decide to buy this product, 70% is coming from TikTok. So this is just like a way, like, you know, TikTok is a really good way to make people be aware of your product, your service, or what's gonna happen. Sometimes it's also the last, like the bottom of funnel, you know, like the more that people are coming, I focus on user-generated content as well. So the more that, you know, not influencers, but just like normal people talking about your product, they'll be like, okay, this person's not being paid to do this. This person is just like the same way. Like, okay, I trust this person more than I trust an influencer. So that's also a great way for word of mouth marketing to happen.
Very good, very good, Maria. I got time for one more question for you, and I just want to let you know, lots of questions in there, guys. We see them. Surely Maria will be able to answer you one-on-one a little bit later, but let's just go with this one. Do you post the same content over multiple socials, or do you have different audiences between Facebook, Insta, and TikTok?
So my audience on Facebook are my old relatives. So I don't really post so much on Facebook. I just use Facebook for finding nomad communities, actually. I go on Facebook groups, I see like, okay, nomad, digital nomad, Portugal, or whatever. For Instagram, I usually just have it for my friends and everything. Sometimes I cross-post it from TikTok to Instagram if I feel that if I see that the TikTok video is popping, then I post it on Instagram. But normally TikTok is my main platform, and I like it. And that's why there was a running joke that like people from Instagram sees a reel and people from TikTok already saw it 3 weeks ago. Because that's usually what's happening. They post it on TikTok, and then after 3 weeks, they'll post it on Instagram. I like to do it that way too as well, because if I always post the same content over multiple socials, also including LinkedIn, it just becomes more and more redundant. So what I do is, like I said, you have to figure out the language of each social media platform. So I just switch between each one, seeing which one goes, which one works well. Most of the time, the audiences I have is the same, except for LinkedIn, obviously. But that's how I make sure that like each content is still like enjoyable, even if they've seen it before in another platform.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one time for Marie Tuason. I'll take that microphone. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Very good. One more time, everybody. Very good. Now, thank you so much to everybody who has been submitting questions. Just remember, that is going to be a continuous process as we continue on. I, of course, want to keep our eyes on the clock and remind those coffee drinkers in about 30 minutes, we will be having a coffee break. So don't sweat it, because right now, there it is. We know what he came for. So I will say this, we actually have a special speaker right now, even a surprise speaker that was not originally on the schedule, but we felt like now would be a very good time to get you guys energized before the coffee break. So I don't want to brag, but me and this person share 300 different mutual connections on LinkedIn, and this person has many credits, but surely his CV is not really what we want to run over here, guys, because a lot of us know who I'm about to introduce here, and we absolutely love him. Again, he is one of the driving forces behind this Nomad World Fest. Among his many credits, he is the CEO of Nomad X, the visionary influencer, father, husband, and friend to everyone here. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for none other than Mr. Gonzalo Hall. There you are, sir. Enjoy.
Best intro ever. What do we do from this? No. Okay, this is only going downhill, but then we have coffee. So this is the good news. And maybe, just maybe, I will have my presentation. But before that, I actually am very proud of everybody speaking so far. Organizing a conference is so hard. I'm really tired. I know you don't know this. Too much coffee and Red Bull. But actually, everything comes from a point of building the community that Marie told us about. Maria. And everything we do is this. Everything we do is building the communities. That's what we want to do. This is not really working? Cool. This is going to be fun. I only have 80 slides in 20 minutes. Except that everything's gonna be all right. Oh yes, it's working, so thank you. Also, guys, let's just give an applause to our team. We are all trying to figure out here. We have Raquel there, we have our team, also Raquel here, we have Miguel there, and everybody's building. There are more than 12 people, so please give them an applause, because we are working really, really hard to make this happen. So today we're here representing Digital Nomad Association, who's also the CEO of Nomad X. I build communities, the first one, and some people came from there, is Madeira Island, which I'm very proud of. And now I kind of based in Ponte do Sol. But today I'm telling you more about a global epidemic, that's COVID-23. Just kidding. It's actually loneliness, and it's actually a big epidemic. It's so big that it's all over the place, from Harvard Business to New York Times. Everybody's speaking about this new big trend, which is people are more connected than ever, yet they are also feeling more lonely than ever, which is quite scary. 61% of Americans feel lonely. That's more than half of people that feel lonely in this hyper-connected world. The risk of mortality from loneliness is the same as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. I never smoked one, but I guess that's pretty bad. Also, there is another statistic that says we can lose 7 years of our life when we feel lonely. That's a lot. And we used to be surrounded by people in offices, people we don't really care about, that's another thing, but we used to be surrounded by people we don't know, but people that became our social network, people that became our friends, because they share the same space with us for 8 to 10 hours a day. That's not true anymore. We all here work remotely. Yes, some of us work from co-working spaces, but now offices that replace the traditional social hub we had with our families, with our friends. We move to a city, we go to an office, we build a new social network from the ground up. We lost that. So what's happened next? What happened when we are working from home completely alone? That's not cool. We are adapting to a new life-centric way of living, and that's why you guys are all here. But how we can do it, how we can say we have a better life, how we can say we figure it out, how we can say that remote work is the best, if in the end of the day, we all feel lonely. So it was not always like this, and we'll go a little bit through the story. Again, 80 slides. It's going to be very interesting. So the secret of happiness. This is from the book. I didn't invent this, but there are several studies now that support this. Nature, access to nature is one of the secrets of happiness. Physical movement. We spend almost all of the day sitting. Physical movement is key of happiness. Community, being part of the community, the feeling of belonging is one of the 4 secrets of happiness. And the feeling of meaning, which the Japanese call the ikigai, the meaning of life. What is our meaning? What is our mission? This is part of our happiness. If we don't have any of those, we will lack something. That's why people in the cities, I just came from London, nice city to be doing 3 days. Those people are depressed. They don't have the nature. Many also don't have the physical movement except going inside the tube and out the tube. And so we see that in some places called the blue zones. Who know the blue zones here? Nice. Netflix is doing it well. Before nobody knew the blue zones, now we have Netflix. It's working really well. The blue zones are special places where people live longer. So many scientists went there to figure out, why do these people live longer? What the hell is happening? Why do people in Ikaria, Greece live longer? Why do people in Okinawa live longer? Why do people in Sardinia live longer? Is it the food? Is it the olive oil? Is it the wine? What's happening there? And they figure out that, yes, they do exercise daily. Most of them do agriculture. Yes, they do spend time in the nature, again, agriculture. But the thing they all have that most of us lost was actually the power of the community, the power of belonging. This is something that they have, that many villages have, and most of us kind of lost. Most of us remote workers, most of us people, even inside the office people, we lost this sense of community. We lost this sense of meaning. So it's cool. We are building a new way of working. We are all working remotely. That's nice. We are also building a new way of living. We are all digital nomads here. We all travel the world. Amazing. I love this life. It's actually time to build a new way, there's a typo, a new way of connecting. Because if we work remotely, that doesn't mean happiness. If we are digital nomads, as many of you figure out, it doesn't mean we are happy. What makes us happy is when we connect with other people. That's why we tend to go to communities, not to places. That's why Albufeira wants to build a community. That's why people in Ponta do Sol make best friends. That's why people in Ponta do Sol actually connect with other people, and people live there and end up going to the Philippines together on the other side of the world because they found a new way of connecting with other people. So if we want to live fulfilling lives, we need more of this. And I hope this is me in 40 years, I don't know. This looks cool. I want to be like this. And I hope you guys also want to be like this. I want to have my best friends. I want to have my buddies. I want to know 1,000 people, but I want to have the 10 guys that will go drink pineapple juice with me next to the pool in 40 years. And maybe some of you are those guys, but for that we need to build meaningful connections now, and we are not able to do this. I should figure out this with this guy. Who knows this guy? You might marketing people. This guy is Seth Godin, one of the marketing gurus in the world, one of the people that in each book they open my eyes to different things. And he wrote a really cool book named Tribes. And in Tribes he says this: a tribe is a group of people connected to one another, connected to a leader, and connected to the idea. All of us belong to a tribe, at least. Most of us belong to at least 3 tribes, digital nomads, so we all belong to one. I belong to CrossFit tribe. I know you don't see it now, but trust me, I liked it. I also do beach volleyball, so everywhere I go inside these tribes, if I meet a guy that plays beach volleyball, we speak the same language, we have the same jargon, we believe in the same things more or less, at least inside that world. The same is true for CrossFit, the same is true for anything you actually like to do, the yoga community, anything is true. So we need to understand that we all belong to tribes, because when we become a leader, that's when things change. When we become a creator, that's when we actually are active. That's when we actually can say we are making a change in that tribe. So we need more leaders. We need more leaders in the Nomad tribe. We need more leaders in the yoga tribe. We need more leaders in all the tribes, because when you lead, you create. When you lead, you will inspire more people to join you. And I figured out this quite early. I didn't know about it, but my first brand ever was the volleyball tribe. And I'm very creative, so it's literally Tribo do Volley. And very creative. And this was it. This was an answer to the National Federation that was organizing these very high-level beach volleyball tournaments that nobody was going to. They had like 10 people registered for the national championship. And I said, this is garbage. I can do better. So I created Volleyball Tribe. We started, the first time we organized tournaments, we had like 25 teams. Our biggest tournament, we had 100 teams. We had 10 times more teams than the national championship. And because we didn't just play volleyball, we understand that it's important to connect people. So after the volleyball, we drank. And our main sponsor was Summersby. Who knows Summersby here, right? Yeah, that's our main sponsor for my first Volleyball Tribe tournament. So it was very interesting. We had free Summersby for 2 years. I got a little bit tired of it, but it connected the tribe. It was a community. It was not just a tournament. It was a community of people that believe in the same things, that wanted to connect with others around this passion that was beach volleyball. And this can and should be done for everything. And now we have the Digital Nomad Tribe, we guys, and we are quite happy. This is the first hike we did in Madeira, 2021. The first day we were 25 people in Madeira. The second month we were 300. In May we were around 2,000. In 3 months, we went from 25 to 2,000. Always, also, only because of the tribe, the power of the word to mouth. You guys shared what we were doing. You guys came and shared how beautiful it was. You guys came and shared how much fun we were having in Madeira. So your friends came as well. The power of the tribe. And so this all started actually because the government believed in our tribe, the government of Madeira. I was in Madeira for a conference. I saw how beautiful it was. And I told the government, guys, this is really beautiful. Why don't you have a single nomad in this island? And I'm Portuguese. I never thought about going there. I went straight to Bali. And they told me, that's actually interesting. So I ended up having a meeting with the president the next day. I arrived one day. I did an online conference with João, that's somewhere here, also organizing this. The next day, I was meeting the president of Madeira, telling you, oh, I think we should bring nomads here. This is quite cool. And the thing is, he believed me. He believed that our tribe could change the way Madeira is. And after the project, we see a big difference. So this is a bit that doesn't work, but the goal of all this was to position Madeira as a top nomad destination. I've been to Bali, I've been to Thailand, I've been to all the hotspots. And I understood that I never went to Bali because it was cool and beautiful, which it is. I went there because our tribe was there. I needed to connect with the other people. I needed to connect with the other nomads. That's why I went to Chiang Mai. I don't even like to be inside inland. I love the ocean. But I went to Chiang Mai, I went to KL, I went to all these nomad hubs looking for our tribe, and I connected with them. And that was what we were actually missing to build something cool. So we chose a village because I believe villages are actually great places to start these tribes and to grow these tribes. I believe villages were built around community, and we are pushing it. So we have free co-working space, events, Slack community. It's just very easy to come to Madeira and to meet your favorite people. We hope so. And we were featured everywhere. We're not just a marketing project. We were not just a video. From the time you landed in Madeira, you'll have me and our community managers making sure you connect with people. You have 60 events per week. If you feel lonely, somebody will go there, speak with you. What do? Oh, you are Martin. Cool. Do you like to organize a workshop? Oh, Mark is also from marketing. Maybe you guys could connect. There is always someone actively looking for you in Madeira. And we were featured everywhere, which was quite cool. Again, our story was different. We were a community, we were a village, and we were and are a different project because we focus on us, on our tribe, on our community. So we got more than 23,000 registrations now, actually, and around 60 million impact in the first 2 years. 60 million euros that we spent in Madeira, mostly in the low season, that helped the Madeira economy recover and now thrive. Maybe even too much thriving right now, because Madeira changed completely the way the tourism is made. We went from old elderly tourism to young people with laptops, to even young tourists that now spend 1 week in adventures in Madeira. We went from promoting Funchal to now actually promoting the inland, the trees, the hikes that are incredible in the ocean. The whole program of Madeira went from promoting Funchal, the big city, to promoting a very small village of 8,000 people and mostly 4 streets. And now EasyJet is promoting Ponta do Sol, and now everybody's promoting Ponta do Sol. And Madeira went into the 2nd place in the world of Nomad list. It is what it is. It's not real, kind of, but we see the trends here, right? But that was last year, now we are like 3rd or something. Like, guys, Madeira is next to Bali. That was my dream since I was a kid. Since I learned about Digital Nomads 12 years ago, my dream was to go to Bali. And suddenly Madeira, because of us, because of our community, is side to side with the best communities in the world. And this is just for my ego. This is where I show the government, look, it's beautiful, it goes up. It's very important. But the thing is, positive impact is actually key for any community because it's the mission, right? It's not about being friends, not about being cool. We are all cool. but about what can we build together that actually has a positive impact. So this is Luis and Madeira Friends. We start teaching code in schools. Now, digital nomads go to schools in Madeira to teach kids how to code and so they can fall in love with coding. We do workshops about remote work in schools. Actually, today, we are doing the same here in Albufeira and tomorrow as well. We'll do a workshop about remote work in the schools to teach kids that there are other options that they are not considering and that they can work from here to anywhere in the world. We volunteer at NGOs like this dog shelter in Ponte do Sol that is truly amazing. And we are really working together to actually improve Madeira, from hackathons to everything we can think of, to use our talent, our community to change. This brings our mission, this is our ikigai, this makes our community stay stronger than anyone else. And now we have different places. Maria, talk about Caparica, we work around Capo Verde. Now we have Pipa, and we have another person speaking about Pipa in Brazil. Surf Town, amazing place, probably one of the best paradises in the world. We still love villages. So, you ask me, Gonzalo, that's cool. How can I build a community? How can I lead my tribe? First, we need a shared vision and values. And actually, we did this with the community. This is Ana Maria Guita. She was doing a workshop, the design thinking of a workshop, so we could figure out what were our values, where we want to go as a community, building our community in Madeira. So when you start a community, you have to have shared vision. You have to have a shared values, or else it doesn't work. And you really need a clear mission. My mission is to connect people in beautiful places. That's it. I want you to meet all each other, come to our communities, and have the time of your life with your new best friends. That's why I have a co-living space. That's why I have a village. And that's why I work 24 hours a day, basically. Then you need rituals. Every day, if you go at 6:30 to the water in Ponte do Sol, you'll see someone swimming. Usually it's us. And this is one of the rituals. Sunset swimming is something we love in Madeira. But we have every Wednesday, since we started, the last 2.5 years, we have a community lunch every Wednesday at 12:30. Every single Wednesday. 26th of December? Hell yes. 2nd of January? Hell yes. Really drunk. And rituals are really important. When you start the community, you have to start your rituals. It can be something as simple as a community lunch. It can be something as big as doing a big event every year, hopefully. Then you need to be transparent. And this is where most people fail. Most people try to keep secrets. Most people try to not be transparent with the community. When things go wrong, I'm the first one to say, guys, this is fucked up. What should we do about it? Guys, for example, we had a lot of political discussions. And I said, hell no, the Slack is not public. Oh, but this is free speech. Yeah, in your Facebook. This here is not free speech. This here, this is our values. We don't want political discussion. Thank you so much. No free speech here. It's important to keep the community positive, to not let people actually ruin the vibe of the community with conversations that is not the place to have. Active engagement, again. One of the things I'm most proud in Madeira is that the introverts, the guys that rarely connect with people, the guys that have issues trying to be social, came to this community, and some of them are still today celebrated as the biggest stars of the community. They were celebrated, they became DJs, some of them. We could really say the weirdest you are, the most chances you have to become a star in Madeira, because in the beginning it's hard to connect, then people start to accept you, and then people start to celebrate you. And that steps take 3 weeks, and honestly, the weirdest people I know became superstars in our community, and that's something I love, because they found a safe place where they can be themselves. They found a safe place where they can actually build something around what they really believe. And they never spoke up before, and it's very scary to speak up in a community of 2,000 people, and now they became the stars. I'm very happy with that. We celebrate diversity. The more diverse we are, the more experiences we have, so we are always very happy, maybe too much to have different people around our community. And this is key, strong leadership. Some people believe in decentralized organizations. I don't think they will thrive because they lack strong leadership. When you have a strong leader, you may agree with them and follow him, you may disagree and help them, but if you just don't want to go, that's okay. But when you have a strong leadership, he can make sure, or she can make sure we have a clear vision, that we follow the rules, and that when things go wrong, he's the one to say, put the foot in the brake and say, let's change the conversation. So strong leadership is actually the key to all successful communities in the world. And then clear boundaries and guidelines. We had trees a lot at ICSP, and again, we don't allow political conversation in our Slack channel. it's not the place. So it's clear for everyone that if they do it, yellow card. If they don't do it, red card. We only do 2 warnings. The second is not a warning, just expelled. But we do this to everyone. People that are from Madeira, that they thought they could be above the rules, they were kicked out. Because we have clear boundaries and guidelines. We don't really care. Consistent interaction, we have 60 events per week. I don't need to explain that. And again, events. Every single event is an opportunity to connect. And some people like yoga, some people like CrossFit, some people like watch sunsets and drink a beer. But you'll find your tribe if you create events. So what's the future? The network state. I only have like 2 minutes and Raquel is looking funny at me. So I think the network state, who knows the network state idea? Oh, that's really cool. So basically, the network state is a highly aligned online community with a capacity for collective action that crowdfunds territory around the world and eventually gains diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states. I'm not going deeper on this because we have a speaker that will talk about a digital nomad network state that we're trying to build. But the idea of having an online community that meets offline and that takes collective action, I like that idea. And that's what I'm trying to build a little bit. A community that connects online, that meets offline in our locations, in hubs, by them, built by you, for you. And this is very important. Cabin Crew is one of these guys. They're building a passport, locations, etc., which is really cool. And hopefully, NomadX, if we work really harder, maybe 28 hours a day, we can build 50 communities like this in the next 5 years. We're trying to streamline everything so we can have more communities, more options. I told you a little bit, I have some dreams. I'm building Brazil. I love Argentina. I love Sri Lanka. I think we'll do something there next year. Maybe the Philippines if Maria takes me in. But we want to build in the next 5 years 50 communities because we believe only by having these connected networks we can all thrive and meet different places only if we have the local impact we want. So we'll travel without any effort between communities because if you come to Madeira, we know we have a Slack channel with 6,000 people that it's very easy to connect and just start to connect with other people. Staying connected, having a positive impact while we explore the world, doing our best work in a life of happiness and in a life and happiness approach to how we live. I think happiness is important. So we do a lot of stuff. Purple Fridays. Who went to Purple Friday here? My people. Purple Fridays are amazing parties that happen almost every Friday in Madeira in this beautiful hotel that is just surrounded by water. It's amazing. Nomad experience are 4 days experiences we do in places like Port Santo, the Nomad World, here. Deep learning retreats, we are starting next year. It's a 1-month retreat. We'll learn a skill. Like I want to do surfing next year and kite surf. So 1 month, pop-up co-living, learning a skill. I always failed at surfing, maybe it's this time. Pop-up co-livings, pop-up community, and everything in between. So yeah, we are launching a Discord server. Some of you are already there. And basically this is our online version so we can then go offline. We meet offline, we connect offline, but we stay connected with everyone I know online. Maria, I see her once a year. She's still one of my best friends. We have so many people here that became big friends with whom I actually see just once a year. Sada rep somewhere there. I only see her once a year in a good year. But still, we create this relationship offline, and now we stay connected online. And this is some of our happy people. Someone will recognize that Aga is in the center, and yeah, this is really cool people. Do you want to be part of a global community? I think you are already, right? So this is what we're trying to build. This is Discord server that's starting. Everything is free. No, we are not charging for anything. And the whole idea is that you guys will come to our different places, that you guys will help us build it. Because as you can imagine, even though we are very strong at NomadX, we are kind of 3 people. We could use some help to build these communities. So we are trying to actually connect with more people that also want to build their communities to help them with our knowledge, with our experience, so we can have a seamless experience between Albufeira, Madeira, Cabo Verde, Brazil, and the rest of the world. Oh, sorry. And I'm almost finishing, I promise. I'm sorry, Raquel. Well, I'm the manager, so who cares? Conclusion. Communities are key to fight loneliness, so we can live longer, happier lives. Again, we can get a lot of money, we can be very active. If we don't connect with each other, even if we are super introverts, we will not be happy, and we will actually risk dying 7 years earlier than everybody else. The Nomad community needs to be more organized, I believe, so we can have more connected, impactful communities, so we can actually have better communities, so we can actually travel more and explore better places in a faster way, in a more meaningful way. It's key to have a mission, a leadership, events, and places to connect with the community. And we can build the future of working, living, and happiness together as a community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, sir. We are going to jump right into the questions. As you know, I have a little bit of a soft spot for Madeira in my heart. Several years ago, I think it was 3 years ago, he gave me a call. He said, hey, you should come visit, and I haven't left. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Let's pull up some questions if we have any. I'll ask you right off the bat, Madeira specifically, what types of give back are we doing to local organizations? Like, what are some examples?
Madeira Friends is leading most of the initiatives right now, and it goes from coding in schools to, we gave 3 vans of toys to a children association, everything we can think of, actually. So even there, the power of the community is very meaningful. So we had, for example, a cat that needed shelter, we figured it out. We helped dog shelters to walk the dogs, and many people actually adopting dogs and stay in Madeira. We didn't adopt the dog, but stayed in Madeira. So everything we can think of and that we think has a positive impact, and it's very community driven. So the community help us to build most of the things. And Madeira Friends is just thriving. They are locals. It's a 2 local guys that build Madeira Friends, which is the association that manages one of our communities, Funchal. And they are thriving around the island to make this happen.
Very cool. All right, excellent. Let's jump into the questions here, Gonzalo. How do you prevent the creation of a bubble for digital nomads that only move between co-living communities without truly experiencing the local life?
I think there are 2 things here, the local life and the local people. And I get this question a lot, as you can imagine. I think the local life, if you are in the actual community, that's why I really like the way we build our communities. You will have the local life, you will go to the Tasca, and if you know what is a Tasca, you are already very strong in Portuguese. It's like a local restaurant, so we go to Tascas, we experience a lot of local things as a community. But if you are asking how we can actually meet locals, my answer will be depend on the locals. Because what I figure out in Madeira, actually, is that most locals don't really care about us, they see us as tourists. So we speak a lot in the Nomad community, we need to integrate with the locals. If the locals want. And so the locals who want to be integrated in our community, they come to our co-working space. We have many people who came back to Madeira, now they're in our working space, Portuguese people. They can come to our parties. Purple Friday has at least 200 to 250 locals every week. So that all happens. And we just need to understand that as nomads, not all the local community that have their lives, their families, their circle of friends are open to actually come to one more community, meet more new people that will leave in 1 or 2 months. So the locals are not always super open to just, hey guys, I want to be friends of you for 1 month and then you'll never see you again. So some locals want. Brazil, Cabo Verde, people are very curious about us. In Madeira, some people, but they are living their lives. They don't really care, actually, most of them.
Very good, very good. I can know these people are very excited about what's coming up for coffee here in a second, but I'm going to get through a couple more questions. While starting a new community, Gonzalo, how long should you try until you see maybe it won't work?
I believe that all the locations can work. So probably it was or something wrong with the setup. I'll tell you how we built very fast. So we spent 2 months understanding the place, educating. We do workshops for local restaurants because many of you are vegetarians and we want all the local restaurants to have menus in English and vegetarian options. We educate the hospitality sector. We do workshops for hotels, for alojamento local, for Airbnbs, etc. about our needs, a proper kitchen, fast internet, a place to work. So we take 2 months of preparation before we actually launch and before you even know that we are launching. When we launch, we just use people to come first. So if it's a co-living, I'll bring myself and other people that will be interested in what we're building. I'll build, like Sergio Sal is an amazing guy to bring on. All these people that really share the best of the best that's happening, and you'll see a lot on this stage. And so I'll keep trying for 1 year at least, because maybe it's the accommodation is not right. Maybe it's too hard to go there. I mean, you have to figure out a way. I always give the example, and Uwe is somewhere. Uwe is there. If Bansko work, anywhere can work. Because Bansko is in the mountains of Bulgaria. I took almost 24 hours to arrive there, and yet thousands of nomads go there every year. It's hard to get there. It's a beautiful place, but it's not a place that will go there and say, yeah, this is a place for nomads. And these guys built one of the best communities in the world in Bansko. If Bansko can work, anywhere can work. So it's just hard work, focus in the community, and focus on sharing with the right people, I believe.
Very good. Listen, I just want to assure these people one more question, and then it's coffee time for all you guys. So I just don't want to think anyone thinks that I'm skipping questions, but I'm going to in this case solely just so that way we can get something that, well, there was a question that was up there that has since disappeared, so we're going with the next question. What online platform works best for the community? Is it Facebook groups, Slack, You name it.
Oh, this is a big discussion. I'm between Slack and Discord, but I have complaints about both. Slack free version is quite limited and we lose a lot of messages, but my data community is on Slack. And it's also a platform that many people used to work. So we have more integration and more people on Slack, but people complain that it's a platform that works, so we ended up seeing work. And then we use Discord now, as you see. And the way we went to Discord, that started as a gaming platform, is actually because we believe it's a more open ecosystem. So we can actually have digital nomads, which we'll see, we have the main community, then we have the same community for Brazil, community for Caparica, so we can create different communities inside the Discord server, which we cannot do in Slack. So for me right now, it's Discord, but you lose 25% of the people that don't know Discord and you need to educate them about it. It's a trade-off. So Slack, it's the easy way. Facebook is dead, sorry. That's it. I would go with Slack or Discord, and right now we chose Discord from now on.
Very nice. I hope we're going to be hearing a lot more from you over the course of the next 4 days. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Gonzalo. Oh, thank you very much, sir. Let's get you to put that right there. Folks, we're about to do our coffee break. As you are aware, coffee break is going to be 30 minutes. You'll also be pleased to learn that there are little pastries out there, too, for you, so that's pretty nice. So when we get back, I just want to give you a quick heads up. We will be doing from 0 to 10,000 monthly recurring revenue bootstrapping with Elston Barreto. Then we'll have AI for productivity. That's going to go at 12 o'clock with Rafael Guerrero. Then we got 10 Thoughts on Community with Lou Kerner. And then Samuel Delesk, Regenerative Co-Living Villages. And then we'll be over at 1:30 on this stage, guys. And then we'll be all headed to the beach for the afternoon sessions. Guys, 30 minutes. We'll be right back here. Looking forward to it. Thanks so much.
My name is Christoph. My team and I are digital nomads and experts for global health insurance. As insurance brokers, we are experts on your side. That means we help to assess your risk in the right way. Then we will find the proper solution from the global market. As a digital nomad, you don't know in the morning who's going to shake you in the evening. And in case you have issues with your insurance company during the duration of the contract, we help you to enforce your interests towards the insurance company. As a digital nomad, you never know where you wake up next morning.
All right, all right. Let's get going, everybody. It is time to bring that coffee break inside. I hope you guys got caffeinated. We are about to get things started off again. As you are getting settled, just want to remind you guys of a few things that are going on this afternoon. Just like every day along this journey that we're on together, we'll be leaving this auditorium at around 1:30 each day, and then we'll find ourselves down back at the beach at Inhotel. If you guys don't know where that is, it's about a 8-minute walk from here. Head on down there, and that's when we will have different sessions on the beach. For example, today at 3:30, we will be doing an AI panel. Then at 4:30, it's the fireside chat, Feeding Your Genius, the Brain Nutrition Connection. Very exciting. We got a woo over here. Very nice. Oh, I know why now. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, very good. And at 5:30, we have the community panel with Sarah Rapp, which I believe I saw earlier today, so she'll be taking care of that panel. So just so you guys know, the talks, the conversations, they still take place after the auditorium down by the beach at the Inhotel Hotel, I guess is how they call it. So you guys can check that out this afternoon. So let's keep moving along. You guys know I am a little bit strict about time. So come on in here, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the snacks. Hope you enjoyed the coffee. Get comfortable, get settled. I'm just going to jump right into our next introduction, and then we'll keep things moving along here. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, of course, yes. Now, serving thousands and thousands of enthusiastic users from around the world. He is a talented software engineer turned indie bootstrapper. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the founder and CEO of Tiny Hosts, Elston Barreto. Hello.
Test. Yeah,
There
right
you go.
Cool. Thanks for the introduction. Cool. So 0 to 10K monthly recurring revenue. How do we get there? So I want to take you back to 2010. Who remembers where this film is, where this is from? Yes, The Social Network. So when this came out, it was a film that really struck me. It basically visualized the blueprint to build a unicorn. I was very personally inspired, and just graduating from university a few years later, I thought to myself, how hard can it really be to build a startup? How wrong I really was. So I graduated from university and decided to build my very first startup. It was called Mosey. Mosey was this beautiful grand idea I had about bringing people together in real life more often. It was a social planning app, and I was the planner in my friend circle, so I naturally knew what needed to be built, right? I was going to revolutionize the way we met, keep us connected, and eventually solve world peace and hunger in some sort of way. So we launched this app called Mosey, and Mosey was this beautifully simple interface that we thought was great. And in the night, we basically spent spare time building the product, and about 6 months later, we finally launched and we were ready to go. And we finally jumped through all the App Store hurdles, and we were ready to push the big red launch button. But what happened next shocked us. Basically, nobody downloaded it. It wasn't this rush of downloads that the friends promised, and it wasn't a frenzy of social planning going on. It was just silence. And so we tried to raise capital, tried to get into accelerators, but really got nowhere. And this is where we learned one of the most important lessons really early on. Build it and they will come is not basically a strategy. Sound familiar? And the unfortunate reality is we live in a new age of products where it's actually easier than ever to build a product and launch it. And with that comes more competition than ever. And so just look at the number of apps on the App Store since inception. We're probably past 5 million apps today. And so there's a lot of products competing out there. So it's harder than ever to generate awareness for your product. So how do you stand out in an ocean of products? And I learned that the answer was marketing. So marketing is now as important as arguably a product itself to make a successful business. Here's some evidence. Tim spent 2 years building his product and 2 years marketing product, and you can basically see where the real growth and traction came for building a successful business. So what did I do? I set out to build yet another product eventually down the line called Tiny Host, and to this day we have over 85,000 users, and we have some of the biggest brands basically who have used us, like Salesforce, Square, and Nestle. But how do we get there? It is through the indie strategy. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of indie hackers or bootstrapping, but this is the strategy that I chose to go down for this product. And firstly, I want to start with ideation. So when I started thinking about what I wanted to build, it was about trying to figure out, firstly, what I was interested in, what is my background, and what could I do really easily. It was about figuring out a niche, so something which is small enough to really get a good audience on your product early on. But then most importantly, it was something which was existing. And I think this is what people miss, is that if you pick an existing product, you basically get past one of the hardest problems in building a startup, and that's the validation phase. You pick something which is already validated, but you can build it a lot better than it already exists. And so that was basically the journey kind of I went on initially, and I landed on building a mini SaaS product for that. And so back in 2019, I set out my goal to build a product and spend maximum 1 month part-time to build it and launch it, and then spend the rest of the time marketing it. So I was genuinely tired of launching products that nobody saw, and I wanted to launch a product which a lot of people could actually use. I thought that marketing was a little more than just getting people to your website. I thought it was about really getting people through the door as well. So if you look at the first version of the product, it's very, very simple, and the only thing you could actually do on it was use the product itself. So TinyHost is basically a super simple web hosting tool where you can drag and drop a PDF file or a zip folder and get a link and share it around. And it wasn't your typical landing page, which basically had talked to you about what the product could do and showed you all the features. The only thing it had was the product itself, so you could just use it. And so I really think the days of MVP are gone, and it's more about really a minimal viable experience and trying to build something good that can really offer a value to somebody as quickly as possible. So I built this product, but now I needed to actually acquire 100 users. So how did you get your first 100 users? Cue Reddit. Reddit is actually very, very good at acquiring users early on. However, if you've ever been on Reddit, you know they hate self-promotion. You've probably seen this yourself. But so don't post something like, check my app out, this is it, I've just created it. Do post something which really is honest and, expects feedback from people. So add a comment, really tell people about your story, and if you can, give something back. So we used to give free accounts to people for like the premium accounts, and people really value that. And so this was from about 4 years ago when I just kind of launched the product. Here is a list of a bunch of self-promo subs on Reddit that actually welcome promotion. Some of them more technology kind of heavy, but they are basically places where you can share your ideas and people are actively looking to try your product out. And the other really important point about posting on Reddit, and there's also Slack communities and Discord communities out there, is that you're very close to feedback really, really early on. So when you post to these communities, you get people instantly coming back to you with feedback. And this is one of the really most important things about launching a product early on, is being able to get people to really tell you what's wrong and fix things as soon as possible. And you don't need 1,000 users. You basically need a small cohort of users to really give you the early feedback. And so really early on, we built something that took like 10-15 minutes to really see your link live, and we realized that was too long. And from that, we basically put it down to a few seconds. And from that, we basically figured out that this is the way to go, and this is the product that people really wanted to use. Something that's also, I think, really critical that helped us was the copy or the messaging on the website. So great copy really attracts the right types of users. What do I mean by that? Take a look at this. And so you can see the difference between the exact same product messaged in one way versus the other. One is very much more outcome focused and inviting and engaging than the other. So when we launched TinyHost, we launched with this phrase, super simple static web hosting. But we realized later on that the word static was very technical, and our users were mostly non-technical users. And so from that, we changed something very, very important. We changed this to the simplest way to share your web project online. And from that, we figured out that our audience wasn't technical users, because technical users could basically do what we were doing for free and using other tools out there. But non-technical users said things like, I love TinyHost, it's so simple to use. I used to have to, contact the IT department before, but now I can do it myself in seconds. And so because I cast a very wide net and attracted a very large audience, I learned from all of them and figured out which audience really worked with the product and resonated with it. And some audiences didn't. But you need to find your really good cohort initially to get the ball rolling. So the main lesson here is don't be afraid to reposition your product. It's way easier than pivoting or building a new product sometimes. The exact same product, which may not work for one audience, could be a really big painkiller for a completely different set of users. So don't hold your vision too tightly. Really give the market what they want. And so a tip for monetization, really early on, I said you spoke to users, but what we really tried to do as well is aggregate the feedback that came back from these users. And when you get enough feedback from enough users, you basically figure out some common overlapping patterns. And the same, different users say the same thing. For example, early on, a lot of users said they wanted to connect their own web address or custom domain to us. And so we built that. We built a popular feature request, and then we basically added beyond the paywall. So that was one of the first things that you would get when you paid for our service. And through this, we built lots of different features that way, and we figured out that this was the way to convert the free users to a monetization plan. And so that was a really, really helpful link at the beginning with our feedback. Cool. So where do you distribute your product once you've got it? I really think the two most important days in your startup or business are the day you launch and the day you find out your distribution channel. So that's the way you really scale and grow. And so there's two basic types of distribution and marketing. There's short-term marketing, which basically gives you spikes of growth similar to this. So these are useful really early on. Things like Product Hunt, things like Reddit, Hacker News, launches, so going public with every feature you put out on Twitter or social media, and communities like Slack, Discord, Nomad communities out there just telling people about your product. Also, paid ads can work. They're expensive. I wouldn't recommend that. We didn't try a lot of that. But you can use paid ads to basically test the market if you have some budget around it. And ad hoc sales as well. So suppose you found someone on LinkedIn that you think would be a really good fit for your product. You reach out to them, write a really manually crafted email, and see if they like it. And so do things that won't really scale as the common knowledge is around there. Also sponsored content. So we basically sponsored some YouTube videos, finding influencers in your space. But the reality is all of these basically will give you short bursts. And so what you really want to focus a bit later on is long-term marketing. So these are strategies which basically will exponentially grow your business over long term. So this is a screenshot of SEO across about 2.5 years. And so some ideas for that are YouTube videos. We launched YouTube videos really, really early on. These are short, bite-sized YouTube videos, which still gets a lot of users through to the main landing page. Things like viral loops. So something that Hotmail, for example, launched really early on is every email you sent had sent from Hotmail at the bottom. And what that meant is every time someone sent an email, they had an ad for Hotmail, and then they would click and come back to it. So these kind of little viral loops are really important and can help get you more users to the product from completely free engagement perspective. We have a tiny banner at the bottom of every free link hosted. Marketing through engineering. So if you're a software developer, building tools around the product. So these are tools that basically can offer little services around it. So if you're building something in finance, maybe like a calculator or something like that people are really trying to figure out. One of my friends built a tool which helps you figure out what ramen profitability is in different countries in the world. So if you're earning $2,000 a month, where can you live on that with a good budget? So, but that's around his community. So these kind of tools are super helpful. Social media, so your Instagram, TikTok and everything. But it's really about figuring out which are the main channels on social media. So is it through memes? Is it through a strategy which is engaging an audience? So that's really important. It's not just posting anywhere. Email marketing, so having a distribution list and a proven sales strategy as well. So having found out that this cohort of users is really interested in the product, and I'm gonna figure out how do I find and email as many of them as possible. And community building, so really building a community around what you're trying to do, whether it's a Nomad community or anything else, that is super valuable as well. And then you can really market your product to them, so that's super important. And a proven paid ad strategy, so they say it takes around $10,000 to really figure that out. So if you have that kind of budget, it's great. But you want to get to a point where you invest $3 and you get $10 back from that because you've tried it in the past. And the most important is SEO, for me anyway. SEO I think is super valuable if you can do it right, and we found that SEO really grew for us. So this is what a screenshot of a tool that we built really early on. We wanted to target freelancers, and we thought 75 ideas to get new clients for freelancers would be really cool. And just a very simple tool that you could just go through and see how you could get more customers for it. But it was hosted by TinyHost. You'd always link back to us as well. And so what you do when you tried all of these, you basically double down on what's working. Just one of them can get you to a very good reasonable revenue stream, and focus is really important with that. So we found out that SEO was really important for us. And so here's a mini masterclass in SEO. Build something that people really search for, I think is really important these days. You have the cold start problem with SEO. So how do you really get out there? Because when you launch a product on Google, Google doesn't trust you. Your domain rating is 0. And you need to get that to as close to 100 as possible. So you need to basically seed it into certain places. So you get things like directory listings where you can put your website link. You get Quora. So Quora is a really good place to answer people's questions on your topic, and that also ranks in Google. And blogs. So just posting other people's blogs, linking back is really important. So that's really important early on. And then there's keyword analysis. So this is where I recommend investing in a tool like Ahrefs or SEMrush. They're expensive but well worth it. And so here's an example of searching for volleyball. Two most important things on this page are keyword difficulty and the search volume. And keyword difficulty tells you basically from 0 to 100 how difficult it is to rank for it, and search volume is how many people are searching for it. So obviously that wasn't a great example, but if you look through related queries, you see something like volleyball images. So the keyword difficulty here is 6, and you have a search volume of 4.1K. So you can create content around it is super helpful. So create some kind of a blog which basically has images around volleyball. And so we created a blog around lots of different topics that relate to us. And the last thing is the waiting game. So really, SEO takes a long time. It took us about 6 months to really see the effects of it, and that's where people kind of miss the bullet because they expect instant results on that. And so what are the results? This is what TinyHost looks like today. A lot more cohesive, but it's still very true to its original product. We have 11,000 accounts created every month, 50,000 visitors a month. We rank top 5 for over 350 keywords. I have over over 800 paying customers today, and people really love the tool. And we haven't spent any money in ads or no investment. And so marketing is really like sprinkling seeds all over the internet and waiting to see what grows, and then doubling down on what grows. And I think that's a really key lesson as well. Closing thoughts. This is basically a recipe for success that I think existing idea, launch early, speak to users, market, spread the word, and double down what's working, and repeating that as well. And I don't think you need funding to launch, especially if you're a developer and you can build a product yourself. You just need to learn how to market and get it to the next stage. Here's some really useful resources and references. I'm sure the slides will be available as well. Yeah, that's it. Please stay in touch if you want to help with your business as well. And we have a plug that we have a meetup in Lisbon that runs every few weeks. A really great group of people just creating whatever discipline you're from. Just check it out. It's a meetup. And the next one is on Wednesday next week. Yeah.
All right, give it up one time for Elston, everybody. Let's keep it going for Elston, everyone. And now is a great time to remind you it's time to put your questions into I guess we'll call it an app. I don't know. Pop the questions in there, and we will do a Q&A here with you, Elston. Thank you very much. My quick question for you was, you mentioned viral loops. Can you give us any more examples of what a viral loop could look like?
Yeah, so Hotmail was one. So with TinyHost, for example, every link that's shared, we have a banner at the bottom of it. And that is basically another ad for TinyHost. And so if you ever use Webflow as well, you have something which says, made with Webflow at the bottom of it, and that basically helps people link back. So it's not for every product out there, but there are ways if you can think, like, how do you get people who share your product to link back to your product as well?
Very cool, very cool. Awesome. All right, let's jump into the questions, guys. Don't hesitate to pop your question in now. Elston, what app was used to analyze keywords in your deck that you just showed us?
So that was ahrefs.com. It's fairly expensive. I think the lowest plan is about $80 a month. There's also SEMrush, which is a competitor. So check out which you're comfortable with. But I recommend, if you're really serious about SEO, just use that for 1 month. They have a really great university of like videos you can try out, and it can really help you grow your business if that's just wishing channel for you.
Awesome, Elston. Very good. Next question. I'm a marketer. Not me, but the person who asked the question. I'm a marketer, but want to build an online platform. Where is best to find low-cost and trusted developers?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm a developer, so I found some really good developers on wellfound.com, which is AngelList jobs board. But the thing with that is you really need to understand what are the requirements of a good developer and have a good assessment and interview process. So I would recommend using something like that because it's not like an agency-based or something like Upwork, which has a lot of noise. But try to just get a friend or developer who can help you out with the interview process, because if you can really sift through a lot of applications, you can find some really good developers who are from Nigeria or Asia, and they can really help you with the business at a very, very low cost.
Very cool. Awesome. And actually, just a quick little reminder for you guys in the audience, just so you know, you can also vote for the questions, and if you give them more votes, they come up to the top. So if you guys see a question in the list when you go into the app, you can also bump it up. So just keep that in mind. Is there a different strategy to market towards B2B?
Yeah, B2B is a lot harder, and it kind of depends on what are you selling, right? If you're selling something with big ticket values, you have to go maybe to a direct sales approach, and maybe things like conferences and things make a lot of sense. But I think on the list, like a lot of the things that I talked about are still really important. Things like email marketing, getting YouTube videos out there, but building a knowledge base around your business is really important, and people like fail to do. So you don't need to just be pushing your product down people's throats all the time. You can talk around things around the video, around the product itself, and really help people understand that you're an expert in that field, and that's super advantageous to getting the brand out there. And eventually, we'll go through the right channels, I think. But I think you may need to be a bit more direct with B2B sales and B2C as well.
Very nice, very nice. Here's the next question for you. Who were the key team members, partners, you hired and worked with to make this a success?
Okay, so that depends on your skill set. So I'm a developer, so I was very comfortable with building the product. But if you're not, maybe you need to find a developer or someone you can lean on. But for me, really early on, I had a marketing consultant. So this was somebody I called up every week. I was a solo founder, so he really bounced on ideas. And to this day, I still work with him. And he's really good at helping me gather my thoughts and having a direction into how do we go and grow the team. And to this day, the most, we have more people who we've hired on the marketing side than the actual development and product side. And that's because my skill set is product, but I realized that marketing was the key thing. So it really, you want to complement that. And so if you are, in marketing, maybe you need to find someone technical or product-based who you can actually partner with to really build up.
Very good, very good. I got a lot of questions coming in, so I want to just keep moving along here. What is the niche element of TinyHost versus other platforms?
So traditionally we were a static host, which means we only host things like documents, HTML, JavaScript. But we're also just a very, very simple tool. We're the simplest tool out there for doing this. So you can't get something out there from your desktop to a link in 10 seconds anywhere else. And I think that was really, really advantageous to us. But it was also very widely applicable to a large audience. So when we launched it, we just tried to see who would use it out there. But it was a very small segment of a massive hosting market. And that seemed to really resonate with a lot of people.
Very good. I'm going to keep moving here real quick. What is the biggest problem in marketing you came across along the way?
I think it's just basically getting you on the the big stage, right? So how do you get your name out there, and how do you stop people comparing you to other products out there? And that's a combination of your messaging, where you're posting and which audiences you're kind of connecting with as well. And so it's not about just putting it everywhere eventually. It's about figuring out like where are the best places you really can post to, the best communities, the best audiences. And I think that is about speaking to users. So users who really already use your app, find out where they exist, where they hang out, and find more of them. I think, and that's really important.
Awesome, thank you, Elston. Last question for you: do you outsource, contract your SEO? If so, do you recommend contracting an SEO specialist as needed, or on a retainer, reoccurring?
I wouldn't do that initially unless you have a really good friend or somebody who you can connect with and understand. It's with these kind of core business components, you really need to understand it, I think, yourself first before you contract it out. And then as you're scaling, you can contract. So now I have like an SEO analyst that basically does a lot of the maintenance work and really dives in. But I understood it first and foremost before you outsource it. And so it's really important that you understand a core business component before you hire someone else. I think it's difficult just to hire somebody to build that part of the business for you without internalizing yourself first.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Elston Barreto. Very nice. Thank you so much. Very good, guys. We are going to keep moving things along here. I think we're actually going to slide this desk over a little bit here while we're at it. I can see we have. Thank you very much. Your first name, Madame, Miss, as you stand up? Elsa, everybody give it up for Elsa. She's working the tables today. She's breaking the tables today. All right, here we go. So, he is a contributing, let me rephrase that. English is not my first language. He is a contributor at entrepreneur.com and a startup advisor. He started his first company at 16 years old. Today, he helps startups go to market with unmatched storytelling marketing. We're going to be talking about AI, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up one time for the CEO, Rafael Guerrero. Wherever he is. There he is. Very nice. Your microphone's over here, good sir. Let me get it for you. There you are. Wow, you kind of scared me there, to be honest. Yeah. There you are. Give it just one sec, and you're all set. Well, you'll have to talk to Elsa. I'm not really sure how that all works. Now, here, let me help you here.
Because of the video?
Yeah, that's cool. Don't sweat.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Okay.
Do you want me to move this table with you or no?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay. I didn't want to affect the video, so.
Oh, it's okay. This is going to eat up your time. You know that, right? Just kidding. All right. Enjoy yourself.
It's okay. So yeah, I've been working with startups on their go-to-market strategies for a while, and I've been doing it in normal technology. I've been doing it in Web3, and when there was the big boom of ChatGPT, I got really excited by all the stuff that you can do with AI, because before then it wasn't available for everyone easily, right? And as soon as you have this user interface where you can just talk and get an answer to everything that you ask, like, it really changed my perspective. And when I started to imagine all the stuff that you can do just by integrating an API, then it becomes really exciting. So today I'm going to be bringing a bit of a vision, like a futuristic vision, and then I'm going to land it down a little bit on the marketing side of things, because I'm not a developer. So yeah, imagine you're building your new home and you ask an AI to help you with it. So the AI will ask you important questions about your vision, about the location, and about the characteristics you're looking for. The AI will build multiple options of architecture plans, as well as the concepts and the reasonings behind them. You pick one, and the AI helps you structure a detailed briefing to send out to constructors. It also helps you to look for reliable constructors, and it also automatically emails the briefing. This is a bit more of like the agent concept of where you get the AI actually to perform tasks, which is already possible, but yeah, let's continue. So you attend the first meeting and the AI is on the call. So it's either intervening directly as a person using a text to voice or a voice algorithm, or it's on the back end just talking to you and being like, hey, query the constructor about this because this is really important for you. So after the call, the AI gives you the opinions, also gives you where it felt the constructor was lying, or where it felt like it was making up things, or things that it thought was important to consider. So after the calls, you make a decision. The AI advises you on each one, taking account the proposal, the meetings you had, the project details, the construction experiences, and everything in between. So how much time do you guys think it will take until we can get to something like that, where you can plug into an AI and just kind of have all of this system? So 5 years? Okay. 10 years? Okay. 2 years? Okay. None of the above? Okay. Very well. So with a few tools, a couple of hours in automation software, you can do this today. So you can go to Zapier, you can go to make.com, and you can do something like this. You have to plug in a couple of tools together, but it's possible. So here's a list of day-to-day activities that your business does on a daily basis that could be easily replaceable by AI tomorrow. So dealing with suppliers and answering customer requests. So as long as you provide it the right context and you give it the right information, it's able to do that. It can ask, evaluate, and decide on quotes. It can do accounting for you. It can write a new article for your blog. That's a pretty common one. It can do marketing and sales. It can help you with the strategy. I also know of some friends that they're doing, for example, PPC campaigns. So they're creating an AI that creates the ads, creates the copy, manages the campaigns, does all of the optimization, does all of the targeting. So that's really exciting. It can analyze and make financial predictions, manage orders and stock, answer accurately and contextually any kind of email, quality control, customer complaints, qualifying candidates, and so on. So it's inevitable that AI will replace many jobs. And it's much easier of thinking of a job or task that AI will replace than one that won't. So that leaves us with some choices, right? So we can cry about what the world was until like now and get sad, frustrated, and depressed. We can be stubborn and we can go against all evidence and believe that AI will never be capable of doing what we humans can do. Or we can accept our fate and we can leverage AI to make our businesses and the world better as much as we can. And this is interesting because I'm sure like all of you have spent some time at this stage, and like each one of these stages, I've been through the first one to the second one, and now I'm at the third. And like, I don't know, some people have a lot of opinions on what humans are going to spend most of their time, since a lot of jobs are going to disappear. And for example, we look at the creative industry, like when there was predictions about AI, everybody thought that the first jobs that would be taken would be like more technical stuff. And then AI and like ChatGPT appears and it's actually like copywriting, and you see like art and design. So it was actually a bit of the opposite, because also there's a lot of technical stuff that requires a lot of different variables, even though AI is eventually going to get there if it's not there already. So yeah, I believe the smartest choice is to accept it and to educate about it and to really understand how we can leverage it. So the game has changed. So if we want to keep playing it, whether that's business, whether that's life, whether that's making money, whether that's finding a job, we have to adapt to it. So because I love UX and because I'm a marketing guy, let's talk a bit about how I think AI will affect the internet's user experience. So here we got Apple, and do you mind playing the video? Apple just So you had to go through a lot of steps to get what you want. And in the future, we're going to have technology, or we do have technology already, that reads your thoughts and gives you what you want. So this only proves that trillions will be made off of technology that shows you what you want, maybe even before you had a chance of expressing it. So you just think of it and it happens. So for example, if you look at Neuralink from Elon Musk, that's one of the things that he's trying to achieve, right? Because the speed of our interaction with technology has to do a lot with the speed of how we can input information onto the system. Like using a mouse and using a keyboard, it's very inefficient, right? So there's going to be technologies that allow that to be much more faster. Neuralink, Apple Vision, and a bunch more that we can't even think of at this point. Okay, so convenience is the name of the game, right? So you'll buy stuff much easier if you just have to blink an eye than if you have to type your credit card, right? I don't know about you guys, but since Apple Pay appeared, I just go around, I just like, ping, ping, and it doesn't even hurt. Like in the old days, you're going to buy something, you gotta take off your wallet, you gotta count the notes. You're like, oh my God, I'm spending money. And you feel like you're losing something. Nowadays, just click 2 buttons on your phone, beep, and that's it. So when you just don't even have to click something and you just have to look at it and maybe just give it a thought, and it happens, well, that changes a lot. And as a side note, yesterday I was on Instagram and I saw this this news. I don't know if it was fake news or not, but that Teslas will start ordering like the pieces that they need automatically and autonomously. So that's also an interesting one from Elon Musk. So here's the thing: the more steps you require for someone to buy something, the less are the chances that they're going to do so. So what does this mean for businesses and business owners? This means that a good user experience is no longer nice to have, right? This is not shocking news. A good user experience is an interaction where you don't have to go through a lot of steps, where what you want is there much faster and much seamless. So basically, by investing in a good user experience, you make sure that you can go faster than your competitors, because then people can buy things and people can interact with you faster and basically achieve what they're trying to achieve on your website, on your commerce, on your SaaS, and basically you make more money that way. So this brings us to personalization, right? And what's the purpose of a marketer? It's a simple job, right? So first you need to understand like who you're talking to. You need to understand who you are selling to. And then you understand where are they hanging out online and offline. You go there, you listen to their conversations, you see what they're doing, and you try to understand what are their motivations, what are their dreams, what are their pains, what are their fears, what words do they use to describe them, how do they communicate with each other. Because then what you want to do is crafting narratives, crafting messagings that speak to that. So one very important thing is during this process, for example, when you're crafting a website, when you're crafting a campaign, it's very important that you are using the same words, the same phrases that your customer uses to describe, for example, one of their pains, to describe, for example, one of their solutions, because you might see it differently because you're building it and you might say it in one way, but it's important to communicate in the way that they do, because it's better for them, and like it relates more to them, and so it converts better. So the more personalized and the more specific that we can get on our marketing, the better. But the problem is that sometimes the same product has a lot of different applications and a lot of different markets, and that makes it that makes it quite difficult for the marketer, because it's a choice of either going generic and risking being ignored, or building multiple campaigns for different personas, for different scenarios, and that can be really overwhelming, and that really spreads your efforts much more thinner than you would want to. So what's the alternative? This is what I started to think when AI appeared. I wanted to understand, like, okay, how can AI change the way that we communicate with people? How can AI change the way that we sell? And I started to think about how the website experience is so boring right now, and it's like so bad. Because, for example, if you enter like a software as a service website, especially if it's like a B2B one, you see like a lot of different product features, a lot of different markets, and you're like, okay, but like I'm just trying to achieve a goal, and then you just find yourself going around multiple pages and endless scrolling to find what you want, and you might find it or you might not find it. So using AI and LLMs, what we can do is we can create more personalized and tailored websites. We can adapt the content of the website to what the customers are looking for. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the marketing concept of, so there's sales funnels, which is obviously like a marketing process, but like the sales funnels in a user journey of a website. So instead of it being a website where you have a lot of navigation features, you just have this one button and all of the copy, all of the website is tailored for you to do that specific action. How many of you have been through something like that? Pretty much. Okay, 60%. So right now you have these two options. You have sales funnels, which are a very specific journey because they want you to buy a product or take a specific action, and all of the pages directed towards that. And then you have websites, which are this clunky mass of buttons and features and places to go and blogs and support, and you just get lost. So what if there was something in the middle? That's what I'm really passionate about, and I believe we can create that through AI by integrating different touch points on the websites where people can input information, where people can tell us about what they're trying to achieve on the website, and then the website restructures and adapts the content and the copy accordingly to that. Of course, there are some fixed parts and there are some more dynamic ones. Me at my company, New Sequence, we're building this for some of our clients. We are going to first implement it with like our websites, and then maybe we might build a product off of it. But yeah, so I wanted to discuss something which is privacy, right? So in an idealistic world, and this is to my Web3 people here, we would all own our data and choose who gets to see it and use it, right? So this would mean that you would hold the keys to your private information and not Meta or Google or any of these big corps. You'd be able to use a website or a service, allow it to see and use all your private information so that you could have the most personalized and seamless experience. So this is a big vision that Web3 advocates for, right? And I believe it would be really interesting to see the web like that. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen because there's a lot of incentive for it not to happen from big corporations, from government. Centralization has its positives, and a lot of them are a big incentive for these corporations. That's actually their business model, so it wouldn't there's no incentive for it to change. So here it's the personalized landing page, which I already spoke a little bit. This is an example of, for example, on a course, what you would do is like you have these buttons where you would choose your goals. You would also have some other fields where you could input, for example, the AI would ask you like, hey, what's your #1 goal with New Sequence? And they just type, okay, I want to create this marketing campaign and I want to achieve 10K MRR and I want to do this and that. And then we would adapt the content that goes on the page accordingly to that. So we would pick the services that we would show them, we would pick the narratives that we would present them with, and the whole page would just change to make sure that we spoke to that person, because the more personalized, the more specific, the more personal, which is where personalized comes from, we are to that person, the more people are going to listen to us, and the more people are going to feel like we really understand what their needs are and that we really can respond to them. So another thing that we can do is personalized mail sequences. So one thing that you can do today, if you have a website or if you like run a newsletter or something like that, you can, for example, from the form on your website, you can when you're collecting the data, you can just integrate that with a Make or Zapier automation, and then what you do is you write the first email or even the whole sequence tailored to that person. So that really creates a different feeling on the person, because the person feels like they're being heard and they feel like they're having an authentic experience. And maybe if you guys want to go that way, you can even simulate as if you were sending an email yourself as like maybe the founder or the person in charge, and you would say like, hey Mike, I really like to see your that you sign up for our newsletter. We're here to support you in achieving the goal of whatever you introduced there. This is some of the ways we can help you achieve that. Boom, 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 boom. Reach out if you have any questions, and I'm always available to answer them. Something like that. And another something that there can be done is tailored case studies or tailored presentations. So this one is something that we've done already for a couple of clients. So if you guys want, just email me and I'll send it to you. You can just copy paste it. And basically what this does is, for example, on the website, you go there and let's say you want to download a case study from one of our clients. You go there and you fill out, okay, what's your name, what's your email, what's your main goal of working with X, Y, and Z. And then based off of that goal, we have a system on the background that goes and personalizes the presentation. And there's these sections on the presentation which are like fixed, normal. So they're like, hey, we got this client and we achieved X, Y, and Z. But then there's this other section below it that says like, just like we achieved this result for Apple, we're here to support your company in achieving this and that and that. Some of the ways we can do this are through marketing, through product design, whatever. And it's basically just personalized sections of the presentation for that person. And this whole happens in less than 1 minute. So it's just a way of creating more personalized copy and just making sure that first impression is better. So another something that you see like happening a lot already in websites is sales and customer experience. So right now what you've had until now is you've had chatbots where you just go there and you're like, okay, how can I do this on my website? How can I do this on this tool? And it gives you like, it sends you to a product, to like a page, or it puts like a couple of texts there, or it might change a little bit. But, and I've seen some of these tools are under developed. I've been beta testing some of them. For example, on the case of a website or on the case of a sales page, it's a much better experience if you have a bot there that acts like a salesman. So for example, if you walk into a store and you're standing there and you're looking at some of the products, someone at some point is going to come to you like, hey, do you need some help? You're like, hey, yeah, I'm trying to find this and that. And the person is going to explain to you. They're going to show you all the products. They're going to try to show why that product is the best for you. And if you like it, they're going, or if they also have some sales training, they're trying to convince you to buy it. So they will understand what you want, and they will match how that product can do that. So what's happening now is there are these companies developing these sales bots, these chat bots, that basically what they do is they're proactive. Instead of just being something that's passive and that sits there and that's waiting for you to talk to it, it's going to be active. So it's going to prompt you like, hey, do you think feature X would interest you? So it's like it's proactively starting conversations, and by doing this, it gives you a different experience because it's going to try to understand what are your objections, why you want to use that product, and then it's basically going to understand like all of the things that are blocking you, all of the things that maybe would be better for you to understand, the narratives that would convince you, and basically act as a sales agent. So doesn't matter the industry, the role, or the task, there's always going to be something that can be automated, a lot of times even improved by AI. Right now, for example, at New Sequence, basically what we do is we help startups go to market. We work a lot with SaaS, and so we're testing a lot of these different strategies for our own customers, and maybe some product comes out of it. For example, now we're working with a product called Prodigy, and basically what Prodigy does is it uses AI to parse candidates' resumes, and then it goes and finds the perfect job for them in the market. So that's one of the projects we're working with. So if you guys have a project, or if you're interested in learning more about AI and about how we can help you do that, feel free to reach out. I hope you guys have an amazing time in Algarve. That's my hometown. It's just 20 minutes away from here. So it's really good to come back, and I hope you guys enjoy it, and thank you very much.
Very nice. Give it up for Raphael, everybody. Keep it going. Now is the time to get your questions in. The hot topic, of course, is AI. So get your questions in here now. Raphael, I'm just going to ask you a personal question, if that's okay with you. Personally, very personal, what tools do you find yourself using personally that are AI-driven right now? Like, what are the current ones in October 2023?
Okay, so there's a lot you can do with even just OpenAI. And so my favorite thing to do personally is just going on Make or Zapier, which are automation softwares. And what I do there is I just use the ChatGPT API, and then I integrate it into all the workflows, and we can do like some really interesting stuff. For example, the example that I gave about the case studies and about the presentations. So we have this automation that we can have basically ChatGPT get any variables that we get from the customer and tailor specific sections of a presentation and then automatically email it to them. I'm giving that away for free, so if you want, just email me and I'll send it to you. That's really my favorite thing to do, but I'm testing a lot of stuff.
I bet you are. Awesome, very good. Let's jump into the questions. First question, do you think the role of many marketers will be obsolete in 5 years with the impact of AI?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Thank you, that's why I asked it.
That's a good one. I don't think it will be obsolete. I do think there's a lot of stuff that, as with a lot of industries and with a lot of tasks, there's a lot of manual work and a lot of like really intensive work that's getting automated and that's getting facilitated by AI. So I do think like there's maybe going to be less opportunities on one side of it and maybe more opportunities on the other. So for example, there's always going to be a CMO, there's always going to be someone that thinks of the strategy, even if they do it with AI. So I don't think AI is going to replace in the way of like, okay, it's going to replace. I think it's going to be a partner. So for example, for me, I use it as a thinking partner. So sometimes when I have these complex challenges, whether that's marketing, whether that's business negotiation, whatever it is, I just go there and I write like a really complex contextual and detailed prompt to it. I'm like, hey, here's all the variables, here's all the stuff that you need to take into consideration. We did this and that. This is what we want. And then I just look at the AI and I hear its opinions, and sometimes it's really helpful because it really shows perspectives that I wasn't looking at before. So
we got nothing to worry about for in 5 years' time, huh? We should be okay. Everybody should be all right with that. Just going to enhance our lives, I guess.
I don't know. If I had a football, I'd be a billionaire. So.
Next question for you. You are claiming Thank you.
No, I did not let an AI do my presentation. And actually, I barely used AI on this one. Maybe other stuff I would, you know. So
You didn't. This is all you, huh? Very good. Excellent, excellent. Next question.
Who knows?
Yeah. What would you recommend to do to someone who's not into AI at all yet? How can one start out?
Best thing you can do is you just go on ChatGPT and like you just have fun and ask it the most random stuff. Like for example, when ChatGPT just came out, I would go into it and I would be like, hey, what's the meaning of life, you know? And I just started to do like this very philosophical question. And I mean, just go into ChatGPT and just ask whatever you want. Just let your imagination flow. And once you do that, you'll start to understand all the possibilities. You'll get really excited by it. And then it's like you're just going to find more and more and more stuff. And you just can't stop. But if you want another one, you just go onto this, you search AI tool directory, and there are these websites which are basically aggregators of AI tools, and there you can see like all of the different applications and tools that you can use to improve your life. And a lot of them are still pretty weak because it's the early days, and a lot of them are just basically what I do like with automation and with plugging API the API is basically just a way to interact with another software automatically. So I don't know if that's the best explanation, but engineers would know. But yeah, so there's a lot of tools which are basically just API integrations with a nice interface. So.
Yeah, very good, very good. Thank you. Of course, it didn't take long for this question to come in. What is the singularity, and should we be worried? I don't know if that's above your pay grade here. I don't know if that's a conversation you want to get into, but yeah. You want to talk about the singularity real quick?
I'm not sure what they mean by
singularity. I'm not getting into it, but yeah. No, for sure, yeah. If I add AI to my website, am I at risk of being downgraded by Google?
So adding AI is very general. I do know that if you just go on ChatGPT and like create blog posts and just copy and paste them onto your blog, there's a chance Google has these algorithms which can understand it's been written by AI and penalize you for it. So if you're going to use AI, I'd recommend you to either like, there's a lot of tools that like get the text from AI and make it seem more human-like, or you do it yourself, you change enough of it so that it looks like it was written by you, or you just like you just use sections of it and then you complement it, and then you should be okay.
Very good, very good. Next question. Do you know an AI video editing app that can sync videos to music?
I don't know a specific one. I know there's a bunch of them, so the best thing you can do is really go into the like AI tool aggregators, AI tool directories, and then like they all have all of these sections, and then you'll find a list of like hundreds of them. So
very good, very
that'd be
good.
my recommendation.
Thank you. Next up, what are the best AI apps to use for marketing creation?
Yeah, so that depends on what you define by marketing creation. But as of now, like the more interesting thing that's out there, like is of course ChatGPT. There's like really exciting stuff, such as the one that I outlined. A couple of friends are building this automatic PPC campaign tools, but it's not out yet. I know it's kind of out. It's like alpha beta. So that one is like one of the most exciting ones that I've seen. But of now, just use ChatGPT to help you with strategy and copy if you need it. So.
Very good, very good. Time for 2 more questions, okay? How can you stand out as a marketer to clients as the effects of AI grow?
As a marketer, use AI to become more productive and more effective.
More productive and effective, yeah. Enhance yourself, that's right. All right.
Instead of going against it.
Yeah. I don't know. Someone out there is looking for a job. So how can AI get me a job?
How can AI get me a job? Okay, that's a good one.
Ask ChatGPT, maybe, yeah?
Yeah, ask ChatGPT. No,
Yeah.
but what you can do, for example, is if you use an automation software, you can, like, for example, you can scrape the hiring emails of companies that are hiring, and then you just you just get the job description. So you use the software to scrape that information, and then you just put it on ChatGPT, and you're like, hey, here's my background, here's my resume, and here's the job description. Please create a cover letter or create an email. And then if you plug in for example, if you plug in Google Slides on that automation, like we've done, you can basically then maybe like personalize your CV with like stuff for that job, and then it send all of that automatically.
Very nice. No, a good solution. I like that. I like that. I'll go for one more here. How to use AI to boost someone's creativity instead of promoting a lack of it. Less effort and difficulty.
Yeah, so that's a good question. Like, there's 2 ways of looking at AI. One of them is can be like, I don't have to work anymore. I'm just gonna sit at the beach and I'm gonna let ChatGPT do everything for me. Or you can use it as a thinking partner, right? So you go there and you think of things like you have a certain problem, you have a certain challenge, and you look at its perspective. Maybe you then prompt it differently or ask for a different perspective, and you compare to it. Then you compare it to your perspective. You compare it to the perspective of people that you trust and that know what they're doing, and then you just come to the best conclusion. So that's what I would do. It's not replacing, it's enhancing.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Rafael Guerrero.
Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Elsa, our table, please. You know how this works. It's your entire department. We love this. Very good. Guys, one more time, let's give it up for Elsa as she slowly makes her way down the stairs. Well done, Elsa. Very good. They're long stairs. I get it. Long story. All right. Guys, we are now about to talk a little bit more about community. Very excited to have our next speaker here with us. Just as we get things set up, I do want to remind everybody, you can also scan the QR code during the session to start plugging in your questions right away. Again, you can also vote for those questions, so the top voted questions get bumped up to the top. Something to keep in mind. Let's get jumping into our next speaker, everybody. Our next speaker has been thinking very, very deeply about community for over 20 years. He is the founder of the leading decentralized Web3 advisory service, and he is the founder of the largest crypto meetup group in the world. His accolades are far too much to fit onto this cue card, so let's just bring him out. He seems to already be here. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for CEO and crypto oracle, Lou Kerner. Give it up, everybody.
All right, thanks a lot for that. I'm hoping that singularity doesn't happen during my talk, but if it does, it's been nice being here. So first, before I start, how many people here are spend their time in Web3 crypto? Okay, pretty, maybe 20%, 10%. In any case, this is meant for community in crypto, but obviously it's community anywhere. Just real quick, my community backstory is I was a Wall Street analyst, and the second digital company I ran was called Bolt. We're the largest social network in the world, peaked at 23 million kids in 2006. I had bought it from the VCs who had poured 60 million into it and kind of walked away at the bottom of the internet crash in 2003, and I bought it with the founders. And I had 3 great ideas of how we were going to grow it from 500,000 kids, because we had advertisers who were throwing money at us trying to reach the demo. And after we bought it, I realized the ideas were not good. So I spent my time doing acquisitions of companies, generally focused on 16, 18, 20-year-old kids. I bought 8 companies, talked to more than 100 kids about buying their company, was the first person to call Zuckerberg, offered to buy Facebook about a month after he launched. And after Bolt, I continued to invest in community because that's what I knew. I invested in Facebook when it was private, invested in Meetup, which is why I originally started a Meetup a long time ago. And my crypto journey started in 2013 when I went down the rabbit hole. I joked deep enough that the Wall Street Journal wrote a story on Bitcoin, quoted me as Wall Street's Bitcoin expert, but I looked at it, did not see it. And it wasn't until June 29th, 2017, when the internet coin offerings were going crazy, that I held a conference call on ICO so I could understand what was going on. And during that conference call, I had what I now know is called a gestalt shift, which is one moment you see the world as one thing, and the next moment you see the world as something totally different. And I saw what I call the crypto light, which to me, what I saw was, for the first time in history, we actually had a tool set to solve for the community instead of the man in the middle. And today, 6.5 years later, I'm 24/7. So I was in a manic state for 3 months after I saw the crypto light, because I'd seen the future, but it was fuzzy. And I didn't quite have a construct, and it took me 3 months to find to write a construct. I've written more than 400 crypto blog posts now, because I don't know what I think of anything until I read what I've written about it. And I write for me, and most of the time nobody cares, but once in a while I get lightning in a bottle. And I wrote this post called 7 Thoughts on Crypto after 3 months down the rabbit hole. And it was the most read thing tagged crypto on Medium for 3 days, after which, according to Medium, I was the 3rd most influential crypto blogger in the world, which I say did 2 things. One, it made me a guy in crypto, which was awesome. But the second one was it proved the first thought on my 7 thoughts was nobody knows anything. That we're at the beginning of this brand new thing, and the only thing I'm sure of is whatever it turns out to be is different than what anybody thinks it's going to be. But we're here to talk about community. Anyway, so I spend my time today. I have a couple jobs at the bottom, but my passion is community. I started Crypto Mondays on January 8th, 2018, just to hang out with other people who were as passionate about crypto as me. There was the peak market cap day of crypto. We were actually celebrating the start of Crypto Winter. We had 300 people at the first one, never had that many. At a meetup before the next week, we had 350 people and 3 TV crews when we decided to blow it out around the world, decentralized. So go start the Crypto Mondays you want in your city. And today, as he mentioned, I founded another decentralized organization called Crypto Oracle Collective, and we're now 250 Web3 experts. So number one, what is crypto? For those of you who don't know, well, first, it's a series of technologies, blockchain, cryptocurrency, smart contracts, zero knowledge proof, that in combination enable for the first time decentralization, which is powered by community. And that's kind of the technical, but for me, what it's about is best explained in this book called Sacred Economics. Anybody here read this book? Yeah, it's a pretty awesome book. I learned more about community and money from that book than anything in 6.5 years. And for me, something that I realized in reading the book was that I had grown up in a culture of greed, and I was taught that the more I took for myself, the better. And I got to tell you, it made a lot of sense. I liked stuff, and I was good at taking it. But I learned that there are other communities that are communities giving and community of generosity, and to me, that's what crypto is, and that's the community that I want to be a part of. And so I start with what is community, and does anybody want to give a definition of community to them, what community means to them? It's a talk on community. Anybody? Once? Twice? Okay. Well, you know, it's interesting to hear, you know, if I'm in a group of 5 people and, you know, they're a little more talkative, I'll get quite often 5 very disparate views of what community is, and about half the time I have to say in 30 seconds because people can get really passionate about community. But to me, if you distill those down and you distill those down, Am I back at the beginning? That it? Can I go back to the beginning? You would think I would know how to work this thing, but oh, there. So a community is an ecosystem where when it works, everyone gets more out of it than they give. And it's really not more complicated than that, right? Who doesn't want to be a part of that? Crypto Mondays, the meetup that I started, the question I get asked more often is, what's the business model? And the business model has simply been the more you give to the community, the more the community takes it, multiplies it, and gives it back. I've been overwhelmed by what the community has given me back, as have 50 plus of the people who do it in other cities. They've all been overwhelmed by what the community has given back. In a crypto community, we really have to solve for 2 things: governance and consensus and token economics. And what you learn when you're building a community is you can give people money. You can give people, we give people Bitcoin who mine Bitcoin, who basically provide the security for Bitcoin. But, if you're a community and you're giving your community members $1, that costs you $1. And it turns out that there are other things that don't cost you $1 that the community members might really like. I learned about this when I was running Bolt, the social network, and we could get 2 million of our kids to do anything, include interact with advertising, if we gave them a badge that scrolled around their profile conferring status in the community. It was only important to 10% of our community members, but that was enough to completely drive our business. So non-cash incentives can often drive communities. But in my view, the communities can scale, highly correlated to what I call value delta. So in other words, a community manufactures something for community members at a cost of X, and community members get that, and they value it at Y. And the bigger the difference between X and Y, the bigger the community can become. And that's why, if you think about it, the biggest communities in the world are actually the things with the biggest value delta, and we have a collective name for those things. We call those things religions. And that's why they've scaled to billions of people and lasted thousands of years. I'm not making any value judgment one way or the other on religion, other than, oh my God, what amazing, amazing communities. At the atomic level, a community is 2 people, right? And we've all seen, or we've all been a part of, hopefully, a community of 2 people where 1 + 1 = 100. And the amazing thing about community, and if you live in a world of community, you actually live in a world of abundance. Communities, to me, when I was running a community, I became of the belief that you are either growing the engagement of your community, and I got to tell you, in the years that I've been doing this, Gonzalo's talk earlier today on community was literally the best talk I'd ever heard on community, and I learned more from that talk, and he said a lot of things that I'm saying, including how important engagement is in a community. And I believe you're either growing the engagement of your community, or you're dying. I wrote a report on, I'd been a Wall Street analyst for the first third of my career, and I saw Facebook, and I just decided I had to write my first Wall Street style research report in 10 plus years because, oh my God. And all I did was extrapolate out the internet time spent that they were growing it at, and just extrapolated it out now to 2014, and multiplied it by the expected internet advertising market in that year, and that revenue was off by 1%, so less than 1%. So if you engage an audience, if you engage a community, that's the really, really hard part, monetizing it. There are lots and lots of tools to do that with. I'm a huge believer that as the tooling gets better for communities to work together and collaborate, the opportunities for 2 communities, 5 communities, 1,000 communities to work together to really, who have a shared ethos to work together and really change the world, I think that's going to be epic. I say when I saw the crypto light 6.5 years ago, I really thought that this was going to be the biggest thing to happen in the history of humanity. And I thought so a little bit more so every day for about 4 years. And then about 2.5 years ago, I saw something even bigger. I saw the metaverse. And in my view, the metaverse is the big thing that's happening. Crypto is the enabling technology of the metaverse that we want. And that's a decentralized metaverse. But, and when I use the word metaverse, what I mean is, the moment that I'm on the cell phone, I'm in the metaverse. I call this reality. And then when you're on the cell phone, you start to get to be, in the metaverse, and it goes from there on a spectrum till you have an Oculus Rift on. And I'm pretty sure every day for the rest of my life, humanity as a whole is going to be spending more time, percentage of the time, in the metaverse as I just described it, and it's going to be getting closer to the Oculus Rift. So this is the big thing that's going on, and I feel that I use the term fucking war for the soul of the metaverse between the community and what I call FAMGA, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. Been writing about how their ever-increasing share of tech market cap is awesome for them and their shareholders, horrific for the rest of the planet. This was, coming up to 7 years ago, and it's far worse today than I had imagined that it would be in 2017. So I really feel like we're in a fucking war for the soul of the metaverse with FAMGA. And to me, it actually feels like Star Wars. And we're the Alliance, and they're the Death Star. And I think that's a great analogy outside of the fact that I think most of the time the Death Star wins. So, I think this is a tough war to fight. I say for me personally, I don't feel responsible for the way the world is, but I do feel weirdly responsible for the world I'm leaving my 3 kids. So this is the fight that I'm fighting. I've put out a second price target in the 20 plus years that I've been, since I was an equity analyst. The first was on Facebook, the second price target I put on Bitcoin in January of 2021. I put a 10-year $1 million price target on Bitcoin. I get there through math. But the thing that gives me confidence that that number will likely be exceeded is Amare's law. And Amare was a professor at Stanford in the 70s when he coined the phrase. He was also president of the Institute of the Future. Not sure what that was, but sounds super impressive. And Amare's law is simply, we tend to overestimate the impact of new technologies in the short run and underestimate the impact in the long run. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be crypto as well. Thanks.
Keep it going for Lou, everybody. Very nice. All right. Now is the time to get your questions in. We got a lot of questions, I'm sure, about the crypto world coming directly from an oracle, everybody. Lou, I want to ask you a question about community partnerships, what you sort of alluded to just a moment ago. Do you find, though, in this environment, the general crypto user or any community leader, are they in the mood for collaboration, or are they all still competing with each other? So I'm wondering where you stand with that.
Sure. I mean, in the crypto world today, there's really nothing to compete over. We're really at the very, very beginning of it. There are crumbs out there. We can compete on the crumbs, but almost everybody, I know who's seen the crypto light and appreciates it for what it is, we're working together to try and make a cake, and then we can fight over slices.
Delicious. Thank you. All right. First question up here, Lou. Can you explain what crypto is in one sentence?
Wish I could.
Excellent response. There we are. Very good. How about a couple sentences? Give us a couple sentences.
What I do say, you can't explain it. And whether you have a minute, an hour, a week. I think it is, to me, it is infinite. And when everybody sees it, they see something different. And so I help people, try and find their own path. At the bottom of every newsletter, I have a link that says, if you want to learn more about crypto, click here. And you can follow the top 50 bloggers on Medium on crypto, and every day you'll get an email from all kinds of different views, and see if you can find somebody who speaks to you. And then the tweet of my own that I retweet most often is the 3 best return on invested time in my lifetime. Number 1 is wearing a helmet because I totaled 2 motorcycles. Number 2 is flossing my teeth because I've never had a cavity. And number 3 is learning about crypto.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Next question for you, Lou. How do we reconcile when potentially the NSA built the blockchain?
Sure. So it's interesting. The person who told me about it originally in 2013, super smart guy. He believes that it's so beautiful, so elegant that it can only possibly have been produced by aliens, but that's his view. But could be the NSA, who knows what it is. But the awesome thing about a decentralized community is it doesn't matter who the creator is. It doesn't matter who the founder is. One of the favorite, and I've been to over 250 Crypto Mondays, one of my favorite was Crypto Monday San Francisco in 2019, where the founder of Doge was talking. And he had actually founded Doge to show that if he created something with absolutely no value, there would be a bunch of idiots who would buy it. And he did it to prove how stupid people were. And at that point, I think it was 200 million, and he was really angry about it. And he was really pissed off about it. And he was the butt of jokes because he had started one thing and it became something else. And that's the beauty of true decentralized communities. Doesn't matter what the founder wants. Doesn't matter who the founder is.
Very good, very good. We got a lot of questions coming in here, Lou, so I'll go as fast as I can here. Next question. Will crypto enable the creation of communities? How can crypto communities enable the nomad community?
Sure. So this is why I'm here, because I believe the tools that we're still in the process of building are going to enable us to live in the communities that we want to live in with the people that we want to live in. I mean, I don't know about you, I want to live in Gonzalo's community on Madeira, right? And so you don't need these technologies to enable it, but you do need the technologies if you really want to be decentralized. And quite honestly, I call this period of decentralization as the benevolent dictator period, because we really don't have the tool sets really to do things of any complexity truly decentralized. Bitcoin works decentralized because it doesn't change. And that's part of the power of it. It really hardly ever changes. But if you're going to do anything with complexity, you need to be able to change and adapt. We're getting there. We're building the tools. The thing that gives me the confidence is I travel the world to crypto communities, and wherever I go, I'm truly meeting the smartest people in the world in that city who have left great jobs because they see the same future that I see.
Very nice, very nice. Here we are. Next question. Can we transform FAMGA from within? How does a victory look like? How do we destroy the Death Star?
Look, that's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. I will say I saw a guy by the name of Jeff Hasselman talk at crypto at Paris Blockchain Week, and it actually had started off at Crypto Mondays Paris, and so I get to MC it. It's an amazing conference, and Jeff Hasselman was the head of AWS Web3, and he totally blew me away by the depth of what he how much he knew about Web3 and what Amazon was really doing to try and help the community. But ultimately, when people say, what's the difference between Web 2 and Web 3? Web 2 to me is about how much money can I make off of my customer. You go on their phone calls, they brag about how much margin they made off their customer, and that's what capitalism is, and they're not bad for doing that. But Web 3 to me is about how much utility can I give my community member, and that's so different than Web 2. And fundamentally, these companies have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize profits. And while I think there's profit maximization to happen in Web 3 as well, it's just done so differently. I think it will be very hard for any of these guys to truly become Web 3. For me, the most cogent thing that was said when Facebook changed their name to Meta was Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, said that it wasn't a surprise to him that the only one of the big 5 tech companies to fully embrace the metaverse is the only one that's still run by its founder. So I don't underestimate these guys. I happen to think Mark Zuckerberg is evil incarnate at this point, but that's my opinion.
Okay, there we are. Next question for you, Lou. You have an estimate of where Bitcoin is going in the next 10 years. How about Ethereum and any other potential coins?
So, I was an equity analyst on Wall Street, and so, I struggled to have an opinion on anything until I've actually done a lot of work on it. I was able to use math to get to a number for Bitcoin. Today, there's really no tool set to do that for Ethereum or any other utility token. Today, it's really, a question. In my view, I'm a huge Ethereum bull because for me, it's all about communities. I go around the world to every ecosystem summit so I could viscerally feel the community. And there is no community in crypto that touches the Ethereum community. The highlight of my 6.5 years was my first ETH Denver in 2020 at the depth of that crash. It was, Ethereum was under $100 at that time. And it was literally the smartest people I had ever met who were there not to make a dollar, not that anything's wrong with that, but to change the world.
Very good, very good. Just time for a couple more questions here. I find a lot of online crypto communities hostile and misogynistic, very different from nomad communities. How do we overcome this?
Well, first, have you met a human, right? That's what a lot of them are like, unfortunately. The nice thing is we can be a part of the communities we can be a part of. The broader community, yes, there's a lot of vitriol that goes on. For me personally, when I first got in, big turnoff. And I actually wrote in my 2008 to 10 Year's Eve resolutions that I was going to try and help kind of cut down on that activity. And very quickly, I realized I was not going to be able to cut down on it. And the second thing was I actually now believe that it's a feature and not a bug because as I said, I think this is a fucking revolution. And if you're going to have a fucking revolution, you need really fucking passionate people. And if you're going to have a lot of passionate people, you're going to get a lot of that. And I'd rather have that than not passionate people. So to me, it's a feature, not a bug.
Very nice. Thank you very much for cursing. As I said earlier, we love to curse up here. So that's great, guys. That's very good. Adds real emphasis.
Now you tell me.
Oh, yeah. Go nuts. Go nuts. So you feel that crypto will make a comeback after everything tanked last year?
Sure. So I have a very simple word that I use to describe the tendency of markets to go between bubble and crash and bubble again. I refer to the market's tendency to do that as capitalism. That's all it does. It swings from side to side to side. And to me, what I don't understand is when it swings to this side, it's like, oh my God, I guess it's not a thing. It's like when the sun goes down, you go, oh, I guess it's never going to get light again.
Time will tell. Exactly. Here we go. What would you recommend to do for someone who's new to crypto and wants to be a part of it?
Sure. So the awesome thing is since this is about communities, any well-run community, makes it not incredibly difficult to try and get involved and try to start adding value and to start learning. So first, I'd suggest that you learn as much as you can. So if you haven't seen the Crypto Light, you can see it, and just it is. To me, it's also the fountain of youth because every day I feel my mind gets a massive workout trying to, there's no way to keep up, but you run as fast as you can. So the thing is, just jump in, find out what community, ask your friends what communities they like. One of my favorite communities I was talking with earlier is called Cello. It's actually a community based on the book Sacred Economics, and it's a whole community of people who are making the world a better place through regenerative finance and other tools that are in the Cello playbook.
Awesome. Thank you. And just want to let you know we do have a ton of questions coming in, so I do have time for 2 more. So let's just do it real quick here. Lou, do you think that the traditional markets, stock, commodities, etc., will be on blockchain in the future?
Yeah, to me, that's the same thing as if I were here in 1994 talking about the internet and they asked that, do you think financial tools will be on the internet? It's just the next thing, and there will be something else after crypto.
Yep. All right. Very, very good. Which part of crypto excites you the most, Lou?
Well, in case you didn't get it, community. That's why I'm here, community. If you were talking about from a product standpoint, to me, I'm interested in what's going up and to the right fast and by a wide margin. the biggest thing going up and to the right in crypto are stable coins. So, I'm a huge believer in stable coins. I think, we're at the very beginning of this brand new thing, and it's like when the very first TV shows where it was a guy at a desk with a microphone on and going, hey, now we're on television, right? They were just doing radio on television because that's all they knew. And that's what we're doing with stable coins. We've just digitized a dollar now, but a dollar or any other currency can now be anything. It's limitless. And so I did 26 episodes of Stablecoins Are Killing It in 2020.
Okay, all right. Actually, you know what? We do have a minute, so I just want to say, because people were voting them up, how can crypto help local governments be less bureaucratic to do more if they are open enough?
I think that's a question for Gonzalo. I think he's figured that out. You're right. I mean, I haven't spent a lot of time with governments. The nice thing is I get to spend my time how I want to, and I say that I want to spend as much time with regulators and thinking about regulators as regulators spend thinking about me.
All right, all right. And I'm just going to go in for this last one here, okay? What if we aim to live off-grid and be completely sustainable without needing Wi-Fi? There's a question in there somewhere. What if we aim to live off the grid and be completely sustainable without needing Wi-Fi?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming you've got electric power, and you're assuming you're getting to the internet, and you've got a digital wallet, and I think you've got everything you need. You can already, I mean, it's not easy, but there are lots of people already just living off of crypto. I think it's the future.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Give it up one time for Lou Kerner, Crypto Oracle. Thank you very much, Lou. Appreciate it. Very good, guys. All right. We have one more speaker before we all head to the beach, guys. Hopefully you guys are still wide awake from the coffee break earlier. I'm just going to jump right into it. Our next speaker is building digital nomad housing that leaves a positive trace on our planet. He is the founder of the Traditional Dream Factory, a Web3 regenerative village in Portugal. Folks, he's building regenerative futures, one village at a time. Give it up for Samuel Delesk. There you are, Samuel.
Thank you so much.
You good?
Perfect. All right. So thank you so much for having me here. It's a pleasure to come and visit. So this is a Traditional Dream Factory. It's a village we're building about an hour and a half north from here. I'm a co-founder, and basically we've been trying to see how we can create the next generation of eco-villages that's more targeted toward digital nomads and the modern citizen, while still leaving a positive impact on our lands. But so before diving into it, I just want to, is this one? No. There we go. So why are we doing this? Well, our current paradigm is a degenerative one. Our economy is basically destroying the planet. We have been killing our wildlife. We lost 70% of all wildlife in the last 40 years. Food is going to be a big topic over the next few years. Greece, for example, just lost 25% of its agricultural surface in one flood. And because of the effect of climate change accelerating, it's only going to get worse over the next years. Water is a big topic in Portugal and Spain. The desert is progressing. The global rate of desertification is 1.3% per year. And so basically the Sahara is growing south, it's growing north, and both Spain and Portugal are at risk of becoming a desert. So how do we turn this around? Well, the current ambition of net zero, first of all, is completely failing. We're completely not meeting any of the objectives that we have set for us as a species. So it's not really working, and most of all, it's not really a vision that we can aspire by. Net zero, what does that even mean? We want to create a regenerative future, something that we can actually feel inspired by and that we want to leave as a legacy to future generations. In short, the question is, how do we steward this spaceship together? How can we shift from a model that's actively destroying our planet for future generations to have the same opportunities as we have today, which means that we need to create ecological conditions to have more quantity of life, more quality of life, and more diversity. We need to be able to provide habitats for humans to thrive, but also for the rest of nature to thrive, because without nature, we cannot survive. Regeneration means leaving a positive trace. And yeah, this is a little bit where my story begins. I've been a digital nomad for a while. 5 years ago, I was just traveling the world and living different places, and I really felt like I wasn't able to be sovereign over my own footprint. Wherever I travel, I'm at the mercy of the Airbnb market. The market is setting the prices for where I live, but also it's setting the conditions under which I operate. And so I cannot decide to leave a positive trace because my environment and the ways that I live is defining what kind of footprint I'm leaving. The goal that we want to get to, and thank you, Lou, for the Charles Einstein, is to build a nature-backed economy. So an economy that when we are inside of it and when we act in it, when we grow the economy, instead of destroying nature, that we're actually making nature flourish, because that enables future generations to have the same opportunities as we have today. And so this idea of a nature-backed economy, we're kind of starting to grasp what it means, and there's been some exploration. I don't know if some of you have read Minister of the Future, for example, but that's a really good representation of how the world is probably going to evolve over the next several years with climate change and so on. And we do have some tools that can really help us to create an economy that's actually valuing nature for its true worth. So yeah, I want to dive a little bit into the practicalities. And the main things that we're bringing to the table is how do we handle land ownership? Because currently, a lot of the world is being destroyed simply because we're privatizing it, destroying the nature that's on it because it doesn't hold any value, and we're extracting the value of, say, a forest by cutting down the trees and selling the timber. But a forest has so many more ecosystem services, benefits that it provides, right? Clean air, water, habitats for wildlife, food. There's so many things that we don't take into account in those financial systems that we're in. And the sense of ownership itself comes from the Latin law, which is the right to use, the right to get the fruit of, and the right to destroy. And that's not really a sense of land holdage that we adhere to. And we want to move into a sense of stewardship. Stewardship is more in line with what indigenous tribes used to consider, and it's the right to care for and the right to get the fruit of. And so basically we built a technology system which includes Web3 and all these other pieces, and a legal system that enables us to transition from an ownership economy to a stewardship one. The way that we do it is through a technology platform. At the base, we are trying to track our impact on the land. So we are tracking, for example, our carbon sequestration through protocols like Open Forest, which enables us to calculate how many tons of biomass we're actually growing in the reforestation projects. And by the way, that will become natural assets. And over time, over the next few years, as you're going to have more and more carbon credits market rolling out and biodiversity markets and so on coming out, those will become real assets. And if we manage to enter this nature-backed economy, all of this positive work that you're actually doing on the land will also provide some financial gain. So biodiversity is another thing that we can track. Using eDNA and audio streams, we can actually track how many species are interacting with a piece of land that you're stewarding. And through that trace, which is quantifiable, measurable, and it's actually quite easy to do, you can just take a sample of water anywhere on your land and you can know all of the species that have interacted with that land. Water retention is something else that is really important to measure, especially in our case. We're installing sensors, for example, to track water flows in and out, but also measuring the water table. Around the world, the ways that we use water is we extract it from the ground, and then we use that for growing food and for watering our gardens and for washing our cars and so on, but that resource is finite. And as rainfall starts to diminish because we have less forest and we have less clouds, that means that we're going to have to dig deeper and deeper and we'll have less access to water. So replenishing our water tables is critical. So then on top of these natural assets, we have our housing and infrastructure. We're trying to build basically ecosystems that comprise startups. Within our villages, you might have like a mushroom farm or baker or digital products or whatever it is. Of course, we have human habitats and education. It's all about how can we bring a new form of economy to the table. and how can we create businesses that thrive within this new economy. And of course it includes food production, because we need to relocalize food production. So in short, we're kind of building a solar punk Maslow pyramid. So I don't know if you're familiar with this Maslow pyramid, but it's this idea of catering to the different physiological needs. But at the base of it, what we kind of tend to forget is that we are part of a living ecosystem. And so we need to restore that bottom of the pyramid, which is the nature that's around us, the water that's around us, the water cycles, the biodiversity, and the soil. Because without these things, there is no life to be flourished. So finally, how do we coordinate around all of these things that are now sitting on our land, between the buildings and the natural assets themselves? Well, we built a Web3 infrastructure that enables that. So we have a native community token, and all of this, by the way, is in a platform. It's called Closer.earth, and it enables any village out there or any co-living space that want to operate on a similar kind of principles to use the same technology stack that we developed. And so the native community token is an access right to a real estate property. But then we also developed a couple of governance primitives, which is based around how much time did you actually spend in that property, so that's proof of presence. And that enables you to have a much more granular and contextual dependent way of making decision making. So it's not just based on, I own all the tokens, I'm going to take all the decisions. It's like, how much time did you actually spend in this physical space? And so that brings us a bit away from the current state of democracies, which is very binary. And finally, we have proof of sweat, which is simply a representation of how much work did you put into the project. So this is a traditional dream factory. It's an old chicken farm, 1,500 square meters of existing building. It's in Alentejo, an hour and a half north from here. It's a prototype for how we can actually create this type of micro decentralized societies that we call Web3 regenerative villages. It's already open since a couple of years. We've been hosting about 2,000 people there already through a lot of events, and generally on the topics of permaculture, water systems, Web3, DAOs, and all these kind of things. It's a place for dreamers, for people who want to take action in this world. And so we don't really identify with, activism, for example, because standing up against the system doesn't really serve so much purpose. We believe in creating a new framework for how to engage with this world that's inherently regenerative, and then to shift people into this new system. It's a playground. We've been producing 50% of our foods from our own gardens since this year. We have a food forest with over 1,000 trees, which is going to be growing. We have a reforestation project with over 2,000 trees, and we have a plan to build an orchard with over 8,000 fruit trees, which can produce revenue. We've been bringing together entrepreneurs and creatives and crypto people and regenerators and solar punks, kind of prototyping this new way of life. And also TDF, which is short for Traditional Dream Factory, sits within a local context of a local town, which is Abella. It's a town with an aging population, and so we don't want to create this kind of bubble, like Gonzalo was also mentioning that earlier. We want to really integrate with the local culture, and so we've been hosting a lot of town parties, and there's already a big historical background for integrating with a building since they were used for the local town parties, so we just kept that tradition, and we're trying to build a more integrated approach to building regenerative villages. This is what it's going to look like. Basically, we're building a co-living with 14 suites, 4 studios, a house, a biopool, mushroom farm, a biomorphic co-working garden, farm-to-table restaurant, and so on. But this is the first part of it, and it's already all accessible via our token, the TDF token, which you can purchase on the website. And it's basically a perpetual access right represented on-chain. So you can think of it as a timeshare, but it's using blockchain to actually represent that value. And we're deployed on the Celo network, which is a carbon negative chain, which means that they actually hold natural assets as part of their treasury, and they use a highly efficient protocol, so there's no energy wastage, and also very low transaction fees. Like I said, building water infrastructure is really important in this region. So this is a map of the land. We have plans for 2 lakes that we're going to be building in the future. Everything that we're talking about now is just the area in pink on the left, which is a co-living development. And you can see a little bit behind, you have the farm and you have the food forest and so on. But it's part of a broader development where we can basically build an entire village. And we're right now also looking to get some tiny house permits and to start development of co-housing for the future, so more attracting permanent residents who might want to have families or whatever, and we have 10,000 square meters urbanizable lands that we can build on. And yeah, I also mentioned that we have plans to build a farm and potentially down the road build a school as well. So yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to share, and basically we're trying to build this next generation of regenerative villages, which is technologically integrated, and it's really made as a space for digital nomads. I mean, I started it, I built it for my own kind of needs of wanting to leave a positive trace on the planet, and it's creating climate resilient communities that can withstand what's going to be coming over the next 10 years. So yeah, and we are basically also just launched a subscription model so that anyone can subscribe to the project, and we're launching an educational platform where we're teaching courses on permaculture, Web3, water systems, and so on. A lot of the things we've been doing is open source, so you can find our white paper or pink paper, and all of these things, which has already inspired communities all around the globe to start creating this system in a similar way. And the technology itself is, we put that into its own entity, which is called Closer, which is now starting to deploy the same protocol to other land-based projects around the world. So the idea is that we can create this globally connected network of villages which you can hop in and out of. Thank you.
All right, let's keep it going for Samuel, everybody. Now's the time to get your questions into the mix. Let's ask Samuel some questions. It's a lot of stairs to get up to you here, Samuel, so I got to walk around here. Let me ask you a question in the process, though. You mentioned while you were speaking about sort of collecting the right people for your ecosystem, bakers, plumbers, doctors. What other people do you need in this group?
I mean, we're trying to build an infrastructure to be able to host any kind of activity within the village. So obviously, like digital nomads, we have a co-working space, and we're kind of catering towards that. But we're also really happy to have like permaculturists who want to create food forest, or people that want to create art, or that want to create technology. So it's kind of a playground for creating a new society.
Very good. Do you need an MC? Sure. Great. Thanks. Appreciate that. All right. Here we go. Question number 1 for you, Samuel. How long do people typically stay, and what's the profile of the community? What if they don't like Web3 or crypto?
Yeah, thank you. So we're kind of targeting for the co-living specifically, like medium-term stays, like a few weeks or a few months. And the whole tokenomic model is that you buy the token once, and then you can keep using it every year. So this idea is that you keep coming back and back, instead of just coming once and never seeing the other person again. And yeah, basically you don't have to be a crypto native to be part of the project. We're also looking at more traditional sources of funding, and there's also going to be like bonds and real estate and things like that. So there's other ways to also integrate, and but we do believe that crypto can hold this power to actually coordinate for creating a more positive and lasting impact, and we want to encode these cultural values into a platform so that we can leave a trace over the long run. And some of the things we've seen in other communities around Europe that are forming, that have these kind of visionary ideas, is that once you start having people living on the land, it's really important that you have a certain legal and technological framework that can ensure that the vision stays true to itself.
Very nice. All right. Thank you. And guys, now's the time to get your questions in there. Let's go with another question here for you, Samuel. How is the project funded?
So it was founder-led initially. So, I mean, me and some friends put some money together to purchase the initial land and start to do some of the initial development. And now we just spent the last 2 years working on all the legal systems, getting all the architectural plans approved, engineering things done, getting the legal structure for the token, which is set up in Switzerland. So we have a fully legal token, and yeah, and now we launched the token this summer. So this is the primary way that we want to fund the co-living, and then for the whole development of the rest of the village, we're looking also at bonds and pre-sale of the houses.
Very nice, very nice. Just a quick shout out here. This is not a question. They just wanted to say this is awesome and so well thought of, huh? Very nice. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Now, another question. You mentioned having land. Who, what type of entity owns the land? How does one benefit from the monetization?
Yeah, thank you. So the land was purchased by me initially, the initial building. And the idea is that the entire land, and basically we're building a network of these. So this is the first prototype, but the goal is to build a network of them around the world. And all of the lands will have a local SPV, special purpose vehicle, in the local country, so in Portugal in this case, which is then entirely owned by a non-profit in Switzerland, which then distributes governance and access rights via the blockchain.
All right, all right. How is the internet in the traditional Dream Factory?
Well, we have Starlink, so it's reasonable, and yeah, it's only going to get better.
Okay, very nice, very nice. Is Balaji Network State an inspiration for your project? If yes, how did it impact you?
So the book wasn't written yet when we started, but yeah, there is definitely some bridges there. We don't see ourselves as libertarian as some of the ideas in the book, but I think he brings up a very good framework and some good ideas for how these kind of digitally connected communities around the world can self-organize and build the future of nations.
All right, lots of good questions coming in here, Samuel. Next question. Is there a way for digital nomads to have a small footprint, given we're flying all the time, among other things?
Well, I'm personally a big fan of slow travel and sailing, and that's kind of the futures that I want to see, being able to hop around the world from village to village, spending a few months in each, not just hopping for 3 days in one place and then flying somewhere else, but actually like taking the time to sail across the world and go to another village and actually connect deeply and meaningfully with that culture and that ecosystem, rather than just hopping around and counting countries. So that's more the vision that I want to see.
All right, excellent. Could you speak more about the tiny homes, including how far along? Do you already have the camping license for them? How does that work business-wise?
Yeah, so I mean, the principal blocker for the tiny homes is that it's on land that we haven't acquired yet. We have the option to purchase it, but it's part of the expansion land. And so basically, as soon as we get the first 10, 12 people committed to actually put down the capital, we can acquire the land. It's $550,000 to acquire that option. And then we can put some tiny houses, and the camping license, I don't think it's going to be a big blocker. We're already friends with a local municipality and so on.
Very nice, very nice. Just a couple more questions here. Is having many guests coming by plane not undermining the idea?
I mean, I think, you know, you can try to look at the global challenge of climate change, and it becomes this unsurmountable problem. Or you can try to look at it from your local perspective and like, how can we actually live regeneratively? And I think, you know, if you choose to just travel from one regenerative project to another around the world, just hopping around and maybe counting how many regenerative projects you visited, yeah, I don't think that's a way forward. But I do see a lot of people who come to our spaces who actually take the time to come by train and who travel around Europe or whatnot, and who actually have this consciousness around it. And the main thing that we want to do here is that proves that we can actually live regeneratively, because at the end of the day, if we're putting out 5 tons of carbon per person because we live in a suburban environment, it doesn't matter if we don't even take planes or not. We're still going to leave that negative trace, and we're still going to run ourselves into the ground. So we do have to prove that we can live regeneratively first, and then we can figure out how to travel.
Very good, Samuel. One more question here for you. Have you faced any struggles with the local government to take this project forward? Have they supported? Some regulations are quite strict in a Portugal region.
Yeah, so I mean, we were lucky to get really well integrated to Portugal as soon as we came here, got connected to the right people and so on. And so I was actually living in Moro Novo, which is a very local town now east of Lisbon. And our architects were our roommates, and they were like really onto it, and so they knew how to go, and we just applied from basically day one when we got there. So we got all of the paperwork done, so we have all the legal permits, we have all of the engineering done, we have good relationships with the mayor, and then the whole crypto aspect, that's outside of Portugal, because I don't think that's there yet.
Very good. Okay, listen, you know what I said last question, but honestly, 2 more questions, and then we're going to let these fine folks go to lunch. All right, here's the question for you, Samuel. It looks like there's a lot of urbanization building involved in the coming months. Isn't that somehow modifying, damaging the precious environment around you?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So one key thing to know about a project is part of the OASA commitments. OASA is a network of spaces that we want to develop that will be the ultimate land holder. Our commitment is to preserve 95% of the land as nature, 50% of it as rewildering zone, 45% as permaculture and regenerative agricultural landscape, and only 5% of the land actually gets developed as housing.
Very good, very good. Listen, here's the last question. I think it's pretty relevant. It's also relevant to the theme of today. So the question is, how can we help at this stage, or do I dare say, how can we collaborate?
Thank you so much. Well, it's a brand new model for doing real estate development. It's not easy to understand. There's a lot of things behind it because we're trying to work in whole system designs. And so right now we're looking for 300 people who will subscribe to our website, who will want to learn about the educational materials that we're putting out, and who will come to visit us once in a while. So through that subscription, you're supporting the project move forward, you're supporting us create more educational content, getting more trees planted on the ground, continuing the regenerative work, and then you can also get access to the space.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Samuel. Very nice. All right. I teased it. It's just about time for lunch, guys. I don't want to hold you very long, but I do want to give you a couple important announcements so that way you are up to date on what's going on. As I just said, we're all going to head out for lunch right now. Afterwards, everyone's heading to Innotel Hotel down by the water. That is where the afternoon events will be taking place. Starting at 3:30, it starts with the AI panel. You don't want to miss that. Then at 3:30, let me rephrase, at 4:30, fireside chat, feeding your genius, the brain nutrition connection will be happening at 4:30. And then in between there, at some point, I believe it is around 4:30 or 5, I believe 5, it is yoga with Marie. So if you guys are thinking about doing yoga this afternoon, meet us down at the Innotel Hotel. And then finally at 5:30, we have the community panel with Sarah Rapp. So that's going to be happening. The announcement they definitely wanted me to make today is that if you do want to take part in, are you ready for this? Fish Galore. That's the name of the event. It is dinner on Thursday night called Fish Galore. I'm sure there's a classier name for that. Actually, Dave, I think you told me the name of this event yesterday. What's it called again? One more time, loud. Don't read it, just say it. What's on the top of your mind? Fish Galore, he says, folks. Fish Galore is the name of the event. Obviously, there's a Portuguese name for it. Dave, obviously, a little bit tongue-tied on that front. You guys need to get it in before 10 p.m. today, which means when you guys scan that QR code that you've been scanning all morning, inside there, that is where you need to reserve. You got to reserve it before 10 p.m. And any vegetarians here in the room, you need to talk to Raquel. She'll be the person who will at least get you a vegetarian meal into the mix. That's it. That's the only announcement, guys. So thank you very much. As you know, today has been day 1 of the conference speakers. What we'll be doing is we'll be meeting back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow on the dot. As you guys know, I am a bit of a strict time person, so I want to make sure that when you guys get here at 9, we get started right away. So actually arrive around 8:45, and then at that point, guys, we will be on the beach for the rest of the afternoon today, guys. I'm going to let you go enjoy some lunch. Thank you very much for having some fun with us, guys. Hope you enjoyed the speakers. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
My name is Christoph. My team and I are digital nomads and experts for global health insurance. As insurance brokers, we are experts on your side. That means we help to assess your risk in the right way. Then we will find the proper solution from the global market. As a digital nomad, you don't know in the morning who's going to shake you in the evening. And in case you have issues with your insurance company during the duration of the contract, we help you to enforce your interests towards the insurance company. As a digital nomad, you never know where you wake up next morning.